of 2025 have already vanished. 75% of your year is gone. And those lofty goals you set in January, well, they're just that. All they are goals, and they're nowhere near becoming reality. Now, I want to say, is that 100% your fault? No. Listen, I get it. Life gets in the way sometimes. Your priorities change. These things happen. Listen, whatever the case was, let's just face the reality. You are 8 months into another year where you promised yourself things would be different. But you know what? This time is different. You see, for the first time in human history, there is a force reshaping everything as we speak.
Rise of generative AI
is rapidly reshaping AI.
I'm talking about artificial intelligence. A Goldman Sachs research recently predicted that AI can disrupt over 300 million jobs, and McKinsey says that 70% of all work activities could be automated. Entire careers that took decades to build, worthless. Degrees that cost hundreds of thousands, obsolete. That safe job that you're counting on, disappearing. But while some are about to lose everything, others are building generational wealth at previously impossible speeds. Shopify took 6 years to hit $100 million in revenue. OpenAI did it in 2 years. And now we have specialized AI companies doing it in 8 months. The same 8 months that just slipped through your fingers. Is this the 2025 you wanted? Look, right now, as you're watching this, something unprecedented is happening in this economy. We are witnessing the biggest disruption to how money is made since the internet was invented. And for the first time in decades, the advantage is shifting away from the wealthy, the connected, and the experts, and towards regular, everyday people. There are still 4 months to go in 2025. And the good news is you don't need to create the next billion-dollar unicorn in 8 months to achieve true freedom. All you need to do is position yourself in the right place to surf this massive wave that is about to hit the market. And that is why we created the Make Money Online Challenge 2.0, to show you how you can leverage AI to position yourself at the right place and the right time while still in 2025. Let me tell you something incredible. The last time I hosted this challenge earlier this year, in the first 90 days, the people who took action generated over 8.9 million in tracked earnings. From making their first sale all the way up to buying a McLaren, these are regular, everyday people. No special skills. They just position themselves at the right place at the right time. And most importantly, took the decision to make this year the turning point of their lives. So yeah, it's true, 8 months of the year have already gone by, but the next 4, those are yours to claim. The last 4 months of 2024 start now, and I want to challenge you to create a $373 a day online business with me, 100% live, over the course of 3 days. So are you going to keep letting the last 4 months of 2025 slip away, or are you going to join me for this challenge? The decision is yours. Man, excuse my French, what a fucking sick trailer. I'm pumped. Are you guys pumped after watching that? Can you guys go ahead and let me know if audio, video sounds good? And then also, I'd love to see it. If you are VIP, type in VIP. I love seeing my VIPs in here. If you're waitlist, type in waitlist. I want to see my waitlist. I want to see my VIPs in here. Let's see. Pumped, good, sounds good. Yes, all good. Everything works. 0.44. VIP. Waitlist, VIP, waitlist. That tea's a little too hot. It's steaming up my glasses. All right, cool. Waitlist, VIP, waitlist. Wow, that's crazy. Waitlist, VIP, waitlist. All right. VIP 0.44 and waitlist. All right, amazing. All right, love it. You guys are mentioning the tea. Listen, anytime we do a live stream together, you already know I got my mint tea, so today is no exception. All right, beautiful. All right, well, on that note, if everything seems all good and ready to go, then let's pull up today's presentation and get straight to it, because we have a impactful one and we have a powerful one today. So, give it a sec, guys. Just pulling it up. Apologies. All right. What do you think of English tea? I grew up in the UK. I love English tea. All right. Anyways, let's get into it. All right. So welcome back. Now, Before we get into today's session, just a heads up. I know there was some issues yesterday with the wait list. At the moment, we have 64,000 plus people. And I think actually right now it's more than that in our waitlist group to get the chance to sign up first for our new offer, which we are going to reveal at the end of the presentation today. And listen, I have been in this industry for almost a decade. At WAP, we oversee over $140 million a month in digital product offers, launches, events. And I can confidently say, in all of my years, I have never, ever seen demand like this before for an offer. Listen, we even broke the WhatsApp group API because we had so many people trying to join our groups at the same time, which is insane. And by the way, this is even without them knowing that this will, this is even with them knowing that this will require a serious investment, okay? I can see why people are so obsessed with getting their hands on this, especially because the last time I made this available, people generated $8.9 million from this opportunity. And with our work with you until you win guarantee paired with our perfect product insurance policy, it just makes this whole thing even crazier, which we're gonna reveal later in this session. All of that to say, we only have 888 spots available for the special fast action bonus today. So I think the spots are going to fill in quick. So lock in, be ready for that, and let's get started. Yesterday, we opened your eyes to huge opportunities. You discovered a new reality you weren't aware of before with AI and non-expert digital products. I revealed to you the three-step system to combine AI with digital products and succeed in this industry, especially as a beginner. We noted down your why. You learned that we are already 5 years into the sixth technological revolution, something that only happens every 50 years. And most importantly, you learned what it means to become an ungovernable individual, which means you're now ready to move from learning to doing. And the only thing stopping you from making this leap is a structured action plan to develop your first non-expert digital product. So here's my question to you. If I give you the exact same 4-step action plan I teach my students inside of my flagship program, Monetize, the same one that's generated $8.9 million in tracked digital product sales in just the last 90 days, will you commit to actually giving this a try? So drop a deal in the chat if you are down for this challenge. All right, well, perfect, because today, I'm going to show you exactly how to position yourself as a winner in this AI revolution. Now, I need to share something with you. 5 years ago, during that weird time of 2020, I saw thousands of businesses get crushed. Restaurants, retail stores, entire industries wiped out overnight. But here's the thing, while all of that was happening, I personally experienced the fastest growth in wealth accumulation opportunity in my entire life. And I know thousands of people who also had prosperous times during this period. The reason we experienced such fast growth, simple, we were simply at the right place at the right time. I mean, think about it. The money doesn't just simply disappear during these times of huge economic changes. It just flows to different industries it didn't flow to before. And I was lucky enough to be positioned in one of these industries that benefited the most from these changes. Now, the opportunity in front of us today makes this small boom I experienced back then look like pocket change. Every indicator shows that this AI revolution will be the largest wealth transfer in human history. So if you don't want to worry about getting replaced by AI, but also experience the most prosperous time of your entire career during this AI revolution, know that you don't need to be a genius. You don't need to be the hardest working. Honestly, you don't even need to be smart. You just got to put yourself in the right place to get lucky and have unfair advantages. And you do that by positioning yourself in the industries where the money will flow to. Yesterday, I revealed to you the industry. Today, I will give you the step-by-step action plan on how to get into that industry by the end of this week. In the next hour, you're going to discover how to find profitable hidden industries with virtually no competition, identify that industry's most critical pain point, and package that solution into a profitable non-expert digital product, all using AI. This method allows you to create a digital product without all of the constraints that kept you out of this industry for so long. So, if you stay until the end, you will get my personal method for finding and creating your first winning non-expert digital product. And you will I'll have a very important announcement by the end of today's live session about our competition for $350,000 in prizes, including 10 insane watches and 10 spots to my exclusive $25,000 digital product mastermind. But more on that later. So make sure you stay on this live stream until the very end, because just like yesterday, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm going to cover here live and tell my team to take out of the replays. So your only chance to hear about that is right here, right now. Just like yesterday, the main presentation should go on for about an hour and a half. Then we're going to have our co-host Jason joining us for the Q&A session, which is actually going to get cut out of the replays. So you can only watch this live. If you leave the live, you will never be able to watch this ever again. We cut it out immediately after. And by the way, if time allows, we have a very, very, very special guest downstairs waiting to join us to show you his perspective on digital products. Spoiler, just a few months ago, he was sitting at home at his computer watching one of my events exactly as you are right now. If you watch yesterday's session, you might even know who he is. Now, everything I'm about to show you here is based on real data. As a co-owner of WAP, I have back-end access to the payment processing of tens of thousands of verified individuals earning money from digital products right now. And I can see exactly who's succeeding, how much they're making, and what they are doing differently. People like Kevin, who's made over $30,000 from his digital product. Andrew, who made $15,000 in just 24 hours on the topic of sober living homes and is generating $123,000 in total earnings. Or Armando, who at just 19 has managed to buy his dad his dream truck and buy himself a McLaren through the profits from his digital product. He actually ended up being one of the top spots of a 90-day digital product competition called Monetize Mania that I ran back in May by basically following the exact same playbook I'm about to show you. All of this insight comes from analyzing over 1.6 billion with a B in digital product sales on the platform. That is the difference between what I'm showing you and everything else out there. So when I tell you the regular people with zero expertise are making life-changing money with AI-powered or digital products, I am not asking you to trust me. I'm just asking you to follow the money. Now, before I show you the system, let me quickly establish something about AI that most people still don't understand. AI has reached human superior capability in expertise areas. Just 4 months ago, AI passed the Turing test for the first time in history. That is a test created back in the 1950s to determine if a machine could think like a human. So it is now officially impossible to distinguish between the right AIs and human expertise. Not any AI, but the right ones. We have research showing that the right AIs outperform PhD experts in their own fields. But here's the thing. You already trust AI with your life every single day. Your GPS reroutes around traffic jams before you hit them. This is amazing, by the way. We all love this. YouTube recommends videos that you didn't know you wanted to watch. Your phone predicts what you're typing before you even finish. That is all AI, my friend. You trust AI to predict your entertainment preferences, anticipate your thoughts, and guide you through traffic. So if you already trust it with your attention and your time, why not take advantage of it in order for your income generation, okay? So let me show you how to do just that. I call this process AI synthesization, and I personally believe this is the most valuable skill to learn for 2026. And the way it works is very simple. Instead of spending years learning skills yourself, you learn how to guide AI to do it for you. This is how, in a matter of minutes, we're able to turn a 45-page PDF file on a topic you know nothing about into a profitable digital product. And a few of these 45-page PDFs are all you need to completely turn your life around and become an ungovernable individual. It is all based on a 3-step AI synthesization system to build digital products from scratch with AI. The process is simple, just like all things that actually work in life. Number 1, you identify a profitable topic for your non-expert digital product. Number 2, you get AI to synthesize all the information available online on that topic and package it into a digital product. And finally, you launch that product using our rapid testing framework. My favorite thing about this process is that it removes all of the risk. You don't need to spend years becoming an expert at a specific topic that could go out of demand at literally any moment. You don't need to invest virtually any money to get your first product created. You don't even need to show your face if you don't want to. It removes all of the barriers that have historically kept regular people out of the most profitable industry in the world, digital products. Here is the beauty of this business model. You create a product once and sell it thousands of times. I've personally sold the same digital product over 1,000 times in a single day, dozens of times. And I've done this with products ranging anywhere from $29 all the way up to $1,500. And once it's created, that product doesn't stop paying you. It will keep paying dividends for years to come. And the work to fulfill one customer or 10,000 customers is virtually the same. And that is why I call it the ultimate one-person business. If you have ever read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you will know that rich people collect assets, poor people collect liabilities. And I like to think of digital products as the ultimate asset that you can create. It's like having your own real estate portfolio. Each new digital product you add is a new rental property inside of your portfolio. The difference is that it is digital real estate, so it doesn't cost you anything to build a new property. And you can build as many properties as you want for free. I mean, think about it. If someone offered to give you a free rental property every single week for completely free, would you accept it? Of course you would, right? So why don't you build digital real estate? So with that being said, let's get into step 1 of this process, identify. This is the most crucial step of the entire process. Most people fail in this industry because they fail to identify the right topic for their digital products. Trying to sell the wrong product will lead you to wasting months and months of work, getting eaten alive by the competition, getting frustrated with the lack of results, and then finally giving up. And there's two big mistakes people make when it comes to identifying the right product to create. Mistake number one is positioning yourself in a red ocean. That is an extremely competitive market with thousands of other people selling the exact same solution for the same problem. There are big sharks in these waters and there's a lot of blood in the water. So if you go into a market like that without any authority, any unique method, and any experience, no wonder it doesn't work. Instead, you want to be in a blue ocean, just like Zach here, who made $14,000 in the last 24 hours on the topic of exotic car rentals. Or this Faces digital product that has earned $3,900 in its first 2 weeks of launch by helping people get tickets at retail price for high demand events like concerts or sporting events. Fascinating. So here's the rule of thumb hack to identify a profitable topic for your digital product. The reason people like Zach get to these numbers is because they are positioning their products using what I call the third layer theory. In any market you sell to, there are going to be 3 layers. The first layer is your industry. The second layer is your niche. So think most people selling digital products right now, this is where they're positioned at. Most people just focus on the second layer, okay? For example, first layer is personal development, second layer is productivity, or first layer is health, second layer is weight loss. If you are on the second layer today, you are doomed to fail. A few years ago, you might have still gone away with it, but today, no chance. Virtually every niche has turned into a red ocean. Now, what most people don't realize is that you can dig another layer deep to the third layer. And this is where the hidden gold mines truly are. I call this third layer your unique value zone, or simply UVZ. Think of your market as a commercial building. The first layer is like the lobby. Everyone passes through it here. It's crowded, noisy, and you're just never going to stand out. The second layer is like getting on an elevator to a specific floor. Yes, it is less crowded than the lobby, but it's still filled with people all trying to get the same customer's attention. The third layer is like finding a secret room on your floor that no one else knows about. In this room, you're the only one there to greet the specific customers who discover it. And the customers who find their way to the secret room are already convinced they want what only you can provide. So, can you commit to finding your unique value zone, especially if I show you exactly how to do it in today's presentation? Well, here is what this looks like in practice. Instead of productivity, you sell quick decision-making frameworks for beginner entrepreneurs. That, my friend, is a unique value zone. Instead of language learning, you sell business-specific conversational English for non-native executives. Instead of weight loss, you sell postpartum weight loss for new mothers. Imagine creating a product with the promise of recover your prepartum body in 12 weeks after giving birth, instead of just generic weight loss. The examples are endless here, which leads me to mistake number 2, not considering at least 20 different unique value zones. Now, I know this might not sound like a lot, but don't worry, it is not. I'm going to show you I know this might sound like a lot, but don't worry, it is not. I'm going to show you exactly how to get all of that done for you in a second using AI. Most people just go for the first topic that comes to their mind, but your first ideas are actually usually your worst ones, okay? Let me prove this to you with a very simple exercise. Imagine you have 60 seconds to name as many means of transportation as possible. What happens? At first, you go for the obvious ones. Car, bus, plane, helicopter. When you get to 20, you start to get creative. Golf cart, elevator, surfboard, parachute. Then when you get to the end, you start to go really outside the box. Jetpack, electric foil, Iron Man suit. And that is when you start finding the best ideas. Most people quit at idea 3 and then they wonder why they fail. The best opportunities require digging deeper than just surface level. And that is what you need to do in this first step, identify. Pro tip here, if you use AI to help you come up with 20 plus unique value zones for you to choose from, the likelihood of you succeeding goes through the roof because AI will suggest you topics you would have never, ever, ever thought of by yourself. Obviously, you need to have the right AI tool and the right prompting for that. If you just simply ask for, hey, what's 20 value zone ideas? A regular bog standard AI will have no context on what a good UVZ is and what is not. So it's inevitably going to give you bad suggestions. Just like I told you that the right AI can now outperform PhDs and the right AI can be indistinguishable from humans. Not any AI, the right AI. And you need to understand that this is extremely important, okay? Because as I've said, what is the most surefire way to fail with this? Choosing the wrong unique value zone. Because even if you do all of the next steps right, it won't matter. It simply won't work. Now, you might be wondering, okay, but are there enough people interested in these specific topics? The answer is yes. A lot of them, okay? We often underestimate the number of people within these UVCs. For example, one of the top selling digital products ever on Udemy, I should say, is on speed reading and advanced memorization techniques. Very specific, isn't it? Realistically, how many people do you know who would actually buy that? Probably not that many, right? Well, me neither. But the fact is, over 233,000 people have purchased that digital product from anywhere from $20 all the way up to $189. You can do the math on that, okay? Low end, we're talking about at least $4.6 million from a single digital product. Realistically, probably closer to 10 million. And I also like to see who's running ads for their digital products, because it's actually a very nice way to find some funny examples of unique value zones. Like this guy who's selling no-grid survival projects, who's spending has spent over $400,000 across just 5 ads. By the way, just so you understand, if he's investing in ads, he or she, I should say, is investing in ads, it's because it's making money. Okay, so if he's even making a 2x return, which is low end for digital products, that is $800,000 in revenue from a simple ebook. Are you starting to understand the power of identifying your unique value zone to create a profitable non-expert digital product? Now, we go into step 2, synthesize. And here is where we really use the power of AI. You have identified a proven topic. You are positioned in the 3rd layer. You have a profitable problem in order to fix. So what do you need to do now? You need to come up with a solution for this problem. But how do you do that for a topic that you have no expertise in? That is the $1 million question. And here is the $1 million answer. The solution for virtually every single problem people are looking for to fix is already out there, available for you to read. Where, you might be asking? Scattered across scientific studies, research papers, business reports, all website courses and YouTube videos, which we use as references to come up with a solution. This way, you are not just getting any digital product created, but a high quality one with top tier actionable information that actually delivers on what is promised. Now, obviously, it's not as simple as reading one study and getting a solution. We use at least 150 references to guarantee the quality of the solution. This is crucial. You see, if you want to gather those references manually, go ahead, be my guest. But there's a much easier way, which is using specialized AI to synthesize all of the real world data from these 150 sources into a simple 3 to 5 step process on how to solve the problem, which we identified in step 1. Up until last year, this would have taken months of work. And realistically, you wouldn't have even been able to get into a topic you know nothing about. But now, with the right AI tools, this has become possible. For example, here it suggests to me emotional burnout in women who consistently put others first as a unique value zone. If you pay attention, this topic exactly follows our 3rd layer rule, meaning this is a topic with a lot of demand and very few good solutions. And the final result of the synthesis process will look something like this. It compiled all of that real world data into a simple 4-step solution for our non-expert digital product with a clear goal for each step. It is very simple, but this is based on the content of hundreds of studies and is the foundation in which our non-expert digital product will be created upon. You then just package this into a 4-step solution, you then take this 4-step solution and you package it into a digital product. Here, one of the packaging ideas suggested to me was the 21-day radical self-love challenge. And I moved forward with that one, okay? Then all you need to do now is to take each of those 4 steps it generated and expand them. If you want your digital product to be an ebook format, you expand each stage into a chapter. If you want it to be in course format, each step becomes a phase or a module of the course. And here is where we use the power of AI to generate the content of this entire product for us, one section at a time. As you can see, it automatically generates everything for you, because remember, what is the best use case of AI? Processing and organizing information. And that is exactly what we are doing here. So instead of taking months like it used to, to put these digital products together, which is, as I said, what has kept everyday people out of this industry for so long, we can now get AI to do the synthesis process for us in minutes, just like that. And the cool thing is, since it's pulling information from over 150 studies and research papers, it actually provides the exact references to prove this digital product is backed by science and actually works. And this way, later, when we build our monetization system, you can actually use each one of these references as proof points to back up all of your marketing promises. So that way, you don't need to say, "Oh, I'm an expert on this topic," but rather, here's what I found. Here's what I found out from the experts on this topic that they all agree upon after analyzing over 150 scientific studies. And this is all about positioning. And by the way, as you guys can see from the comments in these videos that take advantage of this positioning, customers love this approach because these are all prime buyers for your digital product. So to sum it up, synthesize flow is find the best resource. We use AI to source 100 to 150 incredible and valuable resources. We pull the best parts out of each resource. Again, we use AI to do this for us. Number 3 is we put these parts into a digital product like a simple PDF. Again, we use AI to do this for us. It is very straightforward. Do you now see how using AI in this process is a breakthrough that changes everything about who can succeed in this industry? For the first time in history, the expertise problem is completely solved. Now, here's the thing. There are dozens of different tools that can help you do this, okay? To be completely honest, most do a poor job. Few do a good enough job, okay? You can even try to manually sort through 100 to 150 resources on the topic of your digital product, then download all of that and upload it to a classic $20 a month AI to go through the synthesis process, but you're gonna run into a massive roadblock after uploading the first 10 resources. These mass market AI tools can't take all of that input at once. Their context windows are not large enough to analyze such huge amount of data at the same time because they are all what I call generic AI. They're extremely useful tools, okay? They're very useful, but doing a little bit of everything. The problem is when you are a generalist, you struggle with specialization. And what we're doing here is we're developing specialized knowledge. It's like asking a general doctor to perform brain surgery instead of hiring a neurosurgeon. Both are doctors. Yeah, sure, technically both are doctors, but specialization makes all of the difference. And if you can understand this, you will already be ahead of 99% of people in the AI revolution because most people haven't yet realized this. There's a huge difference between specialized AI and generic AI. And the people who are winning in this market are using specialized AI. And by the way, you might be going, oh, yeah, well, that's your opinion. Okay, well, let me prove it to you. Do you know what is the fastest growing tech company in history ever? Because it's probably not what you think, okay? It is now Lovable. They got to $100 million in recurring revenue in 8 months. It took OpenAI, aka ChatGPT, 2 years to get there. By the way, what does Lovable do? It is specialized AI for creating apps and websites. You know who holds the second place in that race? It's Cursor, a specialized AI for coding. We are now entering the era of specialized AI, which is 10 times more powerful than generic AI like the ones your mom uses to get cake recipes. And it's by taking advantage of these specialized AI that we can develop these non-expert digital products for us. And that is why I've spent almost a year developing my own specialized AI specifically for the sole purpose of helping me create digital products that sell. It identifies profitable, untapped topics, synthesizes information from 150 resources as references, suggests dozens of potential products you could create on that topic, and then develops the one of your choice into a full-blown non-expert digital product. And it develops the entire thing in around 40 minutes or so, all backed by 150 plus real-world references. This specialized AI allows us to create digital products even in topics we know nothing about. It eliminates months of hard work, research, writing, and development. And instead, it turns creating a digital product into a process as simple as clicking a few buttons. Do you think that you could click a few buttons and create a profitable digital product yourself? That, my friend, is the power of AI. Now, the software is not currently available to the public. You see, back in May, I opened a beta group for this, and the first users have been absolutely in awe of the results. Here, by the way, are some of the products that it created already. In fact, this is the exact same specialization AI that created most of the digital products on that 90-day competition I ran that generated $8.9 million in tracked sales. My focus right now is not making it public, but rather to make it as good as it can humanly be. And that is why I'm looking to add a few more people to test this new 3.0 version my engineering team just shipped, which makes it around 12 times more powerful than the original one I launched in May. A little bit about that or more on that later, and I'm going to tell you how you can actually get access to the version 3 of Synthesize. Now, this also answers the question I get asked the most when it comes to non-expert digital products. But Iman, why would people buy my product if they can just use AI themselves to get answers to their problems? And the answer is they can't, okay? Let me explain. Do you think that they know this entire synthesis process we just walked through? And even if they did, do you think they have the right tools to develop such a powerful solution? Given the generic $20 a month AI can barely analyze 10 studies at a time, let alone 150. Let me ask you this. Why do you go to McDonald's instead of cooking the burger yourself? I mean, like, really ask yourself this. Like, why go to McDonald's, right? You can get the recipe with AI, no? Well, the truth is, People don't want the recipe for the burger, okay? They want the burger. Having a recipe and actually being able to put that recipe into practice to cook the burger you want are two very different things, okay? And that is why people pay top dollar for digital products, okay? Because we give them the burger, not the recipe. Now, the only last thing for us to do to complete this third step is launch. Now, we don't simply put our digital product out there and hope we get a home run and thousands of people buy it. No, we are strategic about it. We follow a rapid testing framework that allows us to create this product from scratch and get it out there ready to start making sales in a matter of a few hours. Here's the thing. I'm guessing that time isn't something you have a lot of right now. Okay. Am I correct in making this assumption? You don't have a lot of time. I bet even if you are short on money, you're still even shorter on time. Okay. So the one thing we don't want to do here is waste the little time that you have. And when I was looking through the results we got out of the Make Money Online Challenge 1.0 that we hosted back in May, this is the biggest difference I noticed between successful students and the ones that failed and gave up. Almost every single successful one was actually short on time, okay? They forced themselves to go through this process as quickly as possible. No time for overthinking or perfectionism. The ones that failed had plenty of time, so they ended up spending way too much time on this step here before ever testing if the product they built was the right one. And it was through this observation that I developed our rapid testing framework to launch your first digital product in hours, not weeks, because originally people had 3 options on how to approach this launch, okay? These were the 3 options they would normally do. Option number 1, turn each one of the modules of your digital product that the AI developed for you into a video class, which will require recording yourself going through each one of these classes. Option 2 was voice over each one of the modules and then add slides to it, which would then require you to not only voice over everything, but also create slides to go with it. Option 3 was use AI to voice over everything and then add slides to it, but it would still require you to generate all of the AI audios as well as create the slides. So regardless of which option you chose, you would inevitably face some initial friction to get your product launched. And listen, as a beginner, you want this process to get your first product launch to have as little friction as humanly possible, because here is where people overthink or get discouraged. But most importantly, this initial friction would stop people from launching more products, which is the key to success with this business. If you take everyone who gets their digital product launched, this right here is what causes 90% of failures. They just don't try enough products, okay? And that is why I developed an alternative approach here, an approach that allows you to pump out products fast and start selling before you ever need to record anything yourself or show your face anywhere. This way, you will only ever spend time on your products that are already generating you money. Wouldn't that be much easier and much more efficient? Well, the way we do that is we first launch this product as a simple 45-page ebook. This is your minimum viable digital product. It looks something like this, and it takes around 40 minutes for you to develop with specialized AI. And all we're looking for here with this minimum viable digital product is proof of concept. What is proof of concept, you might ask? 1 sale. Remember what I told you yesterday on episode 1? With digital products, the person who makes 1 sale makes 10 sales. The person who makes 10 sales makes 100 sales. And the person who makes 100 sales makes 1,000 sales. We just need 1 sale to figure out if this product sells or not. If it makes 1 single sale, in that case, we have proof of concept. And then we can decide if we want to turn it into a recorded product or not, or if we want to simply keep running it like this. Some of the most successful digital products out there never even evolve into the final version of recorded classes. They just keep selling it as ebooks, like the woodworking guide or the no grid survival project. Now, here's what makes this entire system so powerful. This isn't a one shot and pray approach. This is a repeatable 3-step process that you can go through over and over again. All you need to do to become successful with this business is to repeat this process enough times until you find a product that works. Some people will find it on their first try. Congratulations, hooray. Some people, it might take 5, but it does not matter because it takes almost no time to go through this when you have the right tools, and it doesn't cost you a single cent to do it. It is like having an unlimited slot machine. If you had one, why would you not pull the lever as many times as you can until you win? It's just logical to do it. 90% of businesses fail in the first 90 days. I'm sure you've heard this before, but have you ever asked yourself why they fail? The reason why they fail is because they run out of attempts. They don't have what it takes in order to try another time. Dropshipping You need to pay for ads to test products. Amazon FBA, you need inventory upfront. Affiliate marketing, you need ad spend to find out what converts. Real estate, you actually have massive capital requirements. A restaurant, huge startup costs, okay? After 1 or 2 failures, you're broke. You're out of attempts. And that's exactly why the system is different. You have unlimited attempts. While everyone else runs out of money after attempt number 2, you are just getting started, my friend. And while you have unlimited attempts, you only need to get this right once, okay? Because here is what I've learned after helping thousands of people succeed with this system. You're only one digital product away from the life that you have always dreamed of. I mean, think about it. What would change in your life if you had an extra $5,000 per month coming in? What about $10,000? What about maybe $20,000? Suddenly, you get to decide what you work on, where you work from, when you work, or even if you work at all, okay? When you work, or as I said, if you even work at all, and you can finally take care of your family the way you have always wanted to. You can travel, pursue your passions, or just have the freedom to say no to things that you don't want to do in life. That is what being ungovernable truly means, because when you have a system that can create unlimited digital assets, when you can literally pull money out of thin air using AI and proven frameworks, everything changes, okay? Andrew isn't worried about the next paycheck. Zach isn't stressed about how he's going to pay rent. Kevin isn't stuck in a job that he hates. They are all ungovernable now, and you can be too. And let me tell you this, for everyone who complains that I show my cars, my watches, whatever on Instagram, when you create your first digital product and start putting money into your bank account, how you decide to spend that money is on you. What I teach you is how to make money. No one is telling you to buy a car or an expensive watch. That is up to you. You decide. So can you see how after understanding this 3-step process, the product should be the least of your concerns? And guys, I get it. If you're here, you're busy, okay? Whether you're employed full-time, self-employed, run your own business, or you're even a full-time student, 87% of people in our last cohort were working or studying full-time when they started. The reason I say this is that this isn't about reckless leaps, okay? It is about calculated moves. You build your digital product business nights and weekends until it is generating enough to replace your income. Then, and only then, you make the transition from a position of strength, not desperation. I want you to treat this as your keep your job while building your escape plan, okay? So when you look at your week and all of the activities that don't move you closer to financial freedom, do you think that maybe you could find an extra 3 to 5 hours a week, okay, to reallocate them into building something that can completely transform your life? If so, you're ready to take the next step. So let's take a look at everything we've already accomplished so far. So far in this challenge, you have discovered the $684 million per day digital product industry that is shockingly untapped. Why specialized AI tools outperform $20 a month generic AI tools by 10x, just like a brain surgeon versus a generalist doctor. The exact third layer hack that positions you in blue oceans with zero competition instead of red oceans with thousands of competitors. And how we are using easy to use specialized AI to identify and synthesize wildly profitable digital products, even on topics we know nothing about. How you can sort through 150 scientific sources to synthesize together a digital product you don't have to even put your face on. Why 90% of businesses fail because they run out of attempts, and how you can get unlimited attempts while everyone else goes broke after their second try. And how you've still only seen a tiny fraction of the success people are having with digital products and AI. There are tens of thousands of people making significant income from digital products using WAP. And that is how you know that this stuff works, and it will work for you. After all, it worked for me to generate almost $100 million in digital product sales, for a 60-year-old to sell millions in a digital product on woodworking, for a guy making $8,000 a month selling Fortnite maps without showing his face, for this guy who builds a recurring income of $121,000 a month selling a simple newsletter, for Cyberflow who made $13,000 without even showing his face, for regular everyday people to earn $8.9 million with their digital products in 90 days. And I could keep going on for ages. So can you see how you are only one digital product away from the life that you have always dreamed of? And now, do you understand how having the right specialized AI tools is the key to creating that one digital product, okay? And my question to you is, how would it feel to be able to create as many products as you want on demand by simply clicking a few buttons, which gives you endless chances in order to figure it out? Are you getting excited over the idea of finally making real income from an online business? Wouldn't you agree that right now is the best time to take advantage of this new AI revolution with non-expert digital products? So now the question is, are you ready to act as an ungovernable individual and take full advantage of this before the big boom in this industry? Well, if that's the case, and if you're here right now, I want to offer you a very, very special opportunity. An opportunity to take advantage of the best time ever to create a digital product with the best technology ever to make this happen. And with me being your guide as we do this correctly, not over 1 or 2 years, but in a 90-day sprint. So you can prove to yourself that you have what it takes to be successful. Are you up for that? Are you? Especially if there was a $40,000 Patek Philippe, 4 Rolexes, 5 Cartiers, and a $25,000 mastermind entry ticket on the line. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce you to Monetize. Monetize is the world's first complete system for building profitable digital products without needing any expertise, technical skills, or previous experience. Because here's the thing, we didn't just want to give you training. We wanted to give you everything that you need to succeed. The education, the specialized AI, the monetization, the support, the community, all wrapped under one platform that is literally designed to make success almost inevitable. Understood? And when I show you everything that is included, you will understand why I can make such a bold statement. Let me break it down for you, okay? This is about to get insane, so buckle up. Monetize is built to give you 3 unfair advantages. Number 1, a proven system to create profitable non-expert digital product in hours. Number 2, specialized AI that does the work for you. Number 3, unlimited attempts until you succeed, so that there's literally no way for you to fail, starting with our 4-step system to create profitable non-expert digital products from zero using AI. We have stripped this down to 4 essential steps that anyone can follow. Nothing more, nothing less. Just the exact steps that our users took to generate over $8.9 million with their digital products in the first 90 days. And you are already familiar with them. Number 1, how to develop your product with specialized AI. Then how to monetize it, how to deliver it without lifting a finger, how to scale once you have proof of concept. Master these 4 steps and you are set for life. So let me break down exactly what each step consists of. Let's start with step number 1, develop. Imagine this. What if there was a black box machine that you could push a few buttons on and it could pump out a profitable digital product before your very eyes? Well, that is exactly what you can do now thanks to AI. Inside of step 1, you will discover our AI-powered development system that literally builds your entire digital product for you. It takes care of the entire process from identifying your unique value zone with our 3rd layer rule to synthesizing 150 real-world sources into ready to monetize products, even if you have no previous experience with this, okay? Because our system is specifically designed to help you create non-expert products. With this, you could have your first digital product created and ready to test by this weekend. That is because this system eliminates all the guesswork from the process. So even complete beginners can succeed with it, like Armando, who is completely new to digital products and got to over $100,000 in sales in his first 45 days. Most people spend months spinning their wheels trying to figure out what to create. Wouldn't it be smart to follow a proven system that gets you there in days? Now, let's talk about step number 2, monetize. As you already know, this is not about selling a product. It is about having a monetization system that turns strangers into buyers. So, what if you had access to the exact same monetization system used by virtually every single person that ended up inside of this leaderboard the last time I hosted this challenge? And the exact same one I use myself on my own products, okay? And that you'll see in virtually every single successful digital product. The one that follows the exact same flow as Netflix, as Amazon, and Apple, that all use this monetization system. How much easier do you think it would be to monetize your digital products with a system like this? And the best part is, this entire monetization system costs you $0 to implement. And by the way, I'm not just gonna throw you our monetization system and then expect that you get sales by yourself. No. Here, we're gonna have a very specific protocol that I'm gonna walk you through to get those crucial first 5 to 10 sales. Our users applying these monetization strategies go from 0 sales to consistent daily income streams, with people like Connor generating $16,000 in 24 hours and Rebecca hitting $9,000 on her first launch day. This brings us to pillar number 3, deliver. Remember how I said that this is the ultimate one-person business? This pillar is where that promise becomes a reality, where your business runs itself. Imagine being able to sell the same product 10 times or 10,000 times with the exact same amount of work. How much easier would it be for you to double, quadruple, or even 10x your income if the fulfillment work was exactly the same, regardless of how much you sell, okay? Well, that's exactly what happens when you implement this delivery system. Here's the thing, most business models have the potential to make a lot of money when you do things right. But while they might make money, virtually all of them enslave you in the process. From having to deal with shipping and nightmare logistics, to managing clients and complex service delivery, or simply having to answer customer emails at 3 a.m. It is exhausting, it is draining, and that is why when you build digital products using our 4-step system, this business becomes different from anything else out there, because on step 3, we automate your product delivery. So your business runs 24/7 without your constant attention. This is the exact same structure I've used myself to deliver all of the orders when I beat WAP's record for the most digital product sales in 24 hours, 48 hours, 7 days, and 30 days. Also 1 hour, I believe, as well. I had over 2,000 customers coming in just a few hours, and I didn't need to lift a finger to deliver any of those orders. And the best part is, once you set these systems up, they work for you 24/7, whether you have 10 customers or 10,000 customers. I like to think of this as your set and forget money machine. What other business models out there, or I should say, what other business models out there allow you to have a delivery system so automated that you could literally have 2,000 customers, and that takes the same amount of effort as handling 20. Do you see why our users manage to succeed with this, even if they have full-time responsibilities? This is what allows you to actually enjoy the income from digital products instead of becoming a slave to it. What's the point of building a freedom business if you are chained to your laptop all day? And finally, we have pillar number 4, scale. Let me ask you a question. If every time I gave you $1, you gave me $1, I gave you $2 back, how many times would you give me a dollar bill? I mean, as many times as you can, right? Well, that's exactly what you can do here when you find a successful digital product that is ready to scale. This is where things get very interesting. This is where you go from an extra side income to a real business that can scale to tens of thousands of dollars a month and provide you with financial, location, and time freedom. Because once you have a proven product, a solid monetization strategy, and automated delivery, it is time to pour gasoline on that fire. Inside of pillar 4, we show you our advanced monetization strategies for taking your digital product from a few sales to dozens of sales every single day. This is where we go from 1 sale to 10 sales, from 10 sales to 100 sales, from 100 to 1,000 sales. Just so you understand, I had around 50 people paying me $25,000 for our mastermind, where we spent 3 days dissecting this exact same scaling system in excruciating detail. Wouldn't you love to have the same revenue multiplication system that millionaire digital product creators use in their business? Now, here is actually the most important part of this entire step. Here, we also give you a complete contingency plan and a step-by-step instructions on what to do if your digital product is still not getting sales by this point. Because let's face it, not everyone is going to get this right the first time around. These things happen, and we prepare for it, by the way. And that is the beauty of this system. You can try as many times as you want until you succeed with no extra cost. As I said, this is one of the 3 unfair advantages that Monetize is built upon. And here in step 4, I show you exactly when to create a new product, how to reposition your existing one in case it's not selling, and how to identify what the actual bottleneck is. These 4 steps work together as a complete system, and that is the core of what you're getting when you invest in Monetize today. The reason I created Monetize is because I want to give you the exact step-by-step system to create non-expert faces digital products. Last time we made this offer in May, so many people invested in it that we broke the 1 hour, 24 hour, 7-day, and 30-day record on WAP. Our users then went on to generate $8.9 million in tracked revenue in the first 90 days applying the system. And here's the crazy thing. The version of Monetize that they got is nothing compared to what I'm going to share with you guys here today. When you invest in Monetize, you're going to get the very best of everything needed to launch winning digital products after winning digital products, faster and easier than ever before. And because you are here today, I've also got some incredible bonuses available for you when you sign up for Monetize. These bonuses are insane. I can't wait to show you guys this. Starting with the specialized AI tool that will do all of the work for you. Now, I know that if you're still with me here at this point, it means that you can clearly see that this works and that it is proven, replicable process to success. But I also know that although you might trust the process, maybe you don't trust yourself fully. And I get it. Maybe you don't trust yourself. We've all been there, okay? Because this can be overwhelming, especially if you're not big into technology, or maybe it's your first ever business. And that is why I created a situation where you do not need to trust yourself. All you need to do is trust the software. Let me repeat that. We created a situation where you no longer need to trust yourself. Just trust the software. Trust the software we created for you. The software does it all for you. And that is why the first bonus when you join Monetize today is Synthesize AI 3.0. This is the world's most powerful digital product creation engine. At this point, you are already very familiar with what synthesized AI can do. From identifying your unique value zone, so you'll never run the risk of getting into red ocean markets again, to synthesizing 150 plus real world sources into a simple 3 to 5 step solution on any topic, even ones you know nothing about, to packaging it as a ready to launch non-expert digital product within 40 minutes. So that way you can test any idea risk-free and only invest your time in products that actually make you money. And more importantly, synthesized AI is specifically designed to help you create products that don't require you to be an expert. Now, let me tell you a small little secret about Synthesize. Back when I launched Synthesize 2.0, okay, the version before this, I wanted to test if it could actually create profitable digital products. So I did something interesting. I created an entire digital product on mindset without knowing anything about it, okay? And I sold this mindset course, which is a terrible framing, by the way, okay? Just so you understand, this is a horrible product to sell because it's positioned not even in the second layer, but in our first layer. And you know, if you've been watching this stream, you already understand why that is a huge no-go, okay? So the position of this product was terrible. And still, I made over $370,000 in 30 days with it, okay? Almost 13,000 people purchased this digital product. That is 1 hour and a half of work for more than most people make in a year, okay? So wouldn't you want access to the same proven system that 13,000 other people have already validated with their wallets? Do you see why this tool is priced at $2,999 a year? And the best part is, you are getting unlimited access to it at no extra cost to you as a part of your monetized membership. I want you to think, okay? I want you to think of this like having a slot machine in Vegas, except you never have to put money in, okay? Because I have preloaded it with $250,000 in credit out of my own pocket. Yes, it costs a lot of money to run this, okay? As you know, using AI is not free and it can get very, very expensive, especially with the complexity of the tasks that we are doing with the specialized AI tool. But I don't want you to have to worry about costs at this stage of your business. So I'm basically paying for your first AI employee here. That is why I say that you can keep pulling this lever until you hit the jackpot, okay? If you had a machine like this, why would you not pull that lever as many times as humanly possible, okay? Isn't that exactly the unfair advantage you've been searching to finally make it realistic for you to succeed? Now, let me show you our next bonus. Remember what I told you about specialized AI and how it is the key to positioning yourself in the right place before this AI revolution fully hits, while everyone else is still being distracted with generic AI. Now think about this. Why does 41 cents out of every dollar spent online in the US go to Amazon, even when they have such competent competitors such as Walmart? What makes Amazon different? Well, if you dug down to the very bottom of it, you would realize that Amazon simply has a better monetization system than everyone else. And I bring this up because this same pattern happens with digital products. There are products that sell hundreds of thousands of dollars and there are products that sell zero. The difference between the two, their monetization system. Look, I'm already giving you synthesized AI. Most people would simply stop here and tell you that is all you need to succeed. Oh, you just need synthesize, especially if telling you the opposite actually hurts their pockets, if it hurts their margins. But the truth is, that's only half the equation. And you know that, okay? Only having a good product is not enough to make money online. You need to have the right monetization system. And the problem is, putting together a monetization system can be highly complicated. It usually requires you to hire a performance marketer, have a very expensive copywriter, invest in conversion rate optimization, run hundreds of tests, and you probably don't even know what most of those things are or where to find them. Not to mention that all of that costs a lot of money, and that's why most people prefer to simply ignore this and tell you, oh, just create your product, don't worry about it. But I have promised you, I'm giving you the specialized AI tool that will do all of the work for you, and that includes both on the product development side of things, as well as the monetization side of things. And that is why this year, okay, in the first year alone, I've had to write a 7-figure check to make this available to you. Ghostwriter OS is our second specialized AI tool inside of Monetize, okay? And it will build your entire monetization system for you. This is a specialized AI tool that takes your digital product and automatically generates all of the content for your pages, of your conversion video, and your checkout, which are the 3 parts of your monetization system, okay? And not only does it write them for you, but it also does a better job at this than most copywriters who would charge you upwards of $50,000 in order to do so. Just so you understand, this is not a simple AI tool that someone decided to develop in their free time in a weekend, okay? This tool has been in development for years at this point, and it's run by one of the most successful copywriters in the world. It is built for marketers, by marketers. I'm actually licensing it from a Brazilian company that has countless active customers paying to use it. It has a hard cost, okay? There's a real tangible cost for this. Now, here's what I'm doing. I'm absorbing the licensing fee that thousands of other businesses gladly pay because I know that this is a missing piece for you to start monetizing your own non-expert digital product. Look, I'm writing a few very large 7-figure checks per year. So because of the number of seats that I'm buying and due to my influence in this industry, I've managed to negotiate a deal with them where I can absorb the cost myself and make this available to you at no extra cost with your monetized membership. Listen, wouldn't it be great to have the best specialized AI tool working on your behalf without you even knowing how it works? Congratulations, you now have exactly that. Exciting, isn't it? Especially one that countless others are paying thousands for. That is why that's where you're getting today at no extra cost with Ghostwriter OS. Now, our next bonus is something I have never offered before. This is the first time ever, okay? As I've told you, one of the principles Monetize is built upon is giving you unlimited attempts. So that the only way to fail is by not trying, which is exactly what you get with Synthesize AI and Ghostwriter OS. Now, I not only want to give you unlimited attempts, but I also want to ensure that you make the most out of each one of those attempts. So that way you're not collecting failure after failure, but rather building your way up to success. And that is why I've built safety nets along the journey, okay? The first of which is our insane guarantee, but more on that in just a moment. The second safety net is our perfect product insurance policy. Listen, you know when you're trying something for the first time and you're really putting a lot of effort into it, but you're seeing no results out of it, and you simply can't tell what you're doing wrong and what needs to change. It's frustrating, isn't it? Well, this is the exact reason most people give up before they succeed, or why most people don't even get started in the first place, because they are afraid of wasting months going down the wrong path without knowing if it will ever pay off. Maybe you can relate, and that is why you are getting this perfect product insurance policy. Let me explain how it works. If you do not make your first digital product sale within 60 days of joining Monetize, my team will personally step in and perform a complete diagnostic review of your digital product and monetization strategy. We will examine every detail: your unique value zone, your product packaging and format, your pricing strategy, your monetization strategy. Then we will deliver a personalized action plan telling you exactly what needs to change for you to get your first sale. This way, even if you do everything wrong, you can still find success because our team will personally help you. This way, you don't even need to trust yourself on getting things right, okay? Because all you need to do is trust our team. The same team that services our $25,000, $100,000, even $250,000 clients at our consulting firm. Don't you think that with a team like this, you are far more likely to achieve success, even if you do things wrong? So if that is true, you do not have anything to worry about. After all, once you have full access to Monetize, our 3 unfair advantages, the complete 4-step system, Synthesize AI, Ghostwriter, and my team personally helping you if things don't go your way, is it really out of this world for you to make a few sales? Especially of products that people already want to buy? Now, I know that even with all of this, some of you still feel a bit insecure about your abilities to follow this process correctly. Because we both know that the devil is in the details. And even with all the tools in the system, there's always going to be something that you don't really know how to approach. And that is exactly why I created the digital product formula. So, you know the 4-step system from our main Monetize offer: how to develop your product with specialized AI, how to monetize it, how to deliver it without lifting a finger, how to scale once you have proof of concept. Well, I've actually recorded a complete implementation training walking you through each one of these steps, every single detail, every click, every strategy, from complete beginner, developing your first product, to first sale, to scaling to tens of thousands of dollars per month. This, by the way, is the exact same training the last cohort of Monetize users followed to generate those $8.9 million in digital product sales in just 90 days. Listen, this is the exact training that Armando followed to create his first digital product and scale it to the point that allowed him to buy his own McLaren at 19. You will watch over my shoulder as I build actual digital products, see every mistake I avoid, every shortcut I take, every breakthrough moment that separates winners from everyone else. Think of it as having me as your personal trainer, but instead of building muscle, we're building your financial freedom. Most business coaches charge $5,000 just for a basic course outline, but you are getting the complete implementation system that's generating millions in real results at no extra cost. Can you imagine the relief of never having to worry what's the next step? Because every single move is literally mapped out right in front of you. With this, the question isn't whether you can figure this out, it's whether you can follow simple instructions. That is the type of unfair advantage I'm referring to when I talk about giving you a proven system. Now, I want to increase the stakes of what we're doing here. I mean, this is already insane enough, no? But let's increase the stakes, okay? And that is why when you join Monetize today, you're also getting a golden ticket to Monetize Mania. This is a 90-day competition we're running where we're ranking the top selling digital products created inside of Monetize. I like to think of this as the great digital product gold rush. Here is how it works. I've connected a real-time leaderboard directly to everyone's WAP accounts. Every sale you make automatically updates your position. And the people who end up in the top 10 after 90 days all win. Okay, this is the competition that generated those $8.9 million in earnings that I keep talking about. And the prizes? Well, let's just say we decided to go a little bit overboard this time. You're going to get a chance to compete for $350,000 in prizes. The grand prize, position number 1, is a $40,000 Patek Philippe, similar to what I'm wearing right here. The same watch worn by billionaires and world leaders. This is a generational wealth symbol that appreciates over time. Positions 2 to 5, a $10,000 Rolex each, because success should be celebrated and worn with pride. Position 6 to 10, we have 5 Cartiers, one of the most iconic watches ever created, to represent this achievement. But here's the best part. Everyone in the top 10 gets a ticket to my exclusive $25,000 mastermind. These 10 people will get to fly out to Dubai and be in a room with people who collectively earn hundreds of millions of dollars a year from digital products. I mean, think about this. In 90 days, you could be holding a Patek Philippe, standing in a room with digital product millionaires, having completely transformed your life. Now, you might be thinking, that's cool and all, but what are my chances of actually winning? Here's the thing. Everyone who joins today is starting from the same place, 0. And with our AI systems basically building the products for you, the playing field has never been more level. And guys, do you understand that by doing this, I am putting my name on the line? Look, these earning stats are public. So imagine if I open this, if I opened this last time and my users only made $100,000 with this, I would be a laughing stock right now because everyone would be able to say that what I teach is BS. The only reason I can host a public competition like this is because this system works, because our users make real money with it. And because this works, I can be so confident to the point of displaying the earnings of my users on a public leaderboard for everyone to see. And I know that these $8.9 million that was generated in the last, in the last 90-day competition is going to be nothing in comparison to the number we're going to have 3 months from now. Tell me, is there anyone else in the industry willing to do this? I don't think so. And now you know why. Plus, even if you don't win the Patek, just being in this competition is going to light a fire under your ass to actually implement everything you learn. Because let's be honest, sometimes we all need a little extra motivation, and nothing motivates quite like $350,000 in prizes. As I said, I am not asking you to commit for 1 or 2 years. No, 90 days. This is all you need to change your life completely. So can you commit for the next 90 days? That is my question. Can you commit? Let me know. Now, to wrap up all of these insane bonuses you're getting inside Monetize here today, we need to go back to something that I mentioned yesterday. Okay? We actually have a fast action bonus for the first 888 people who join Monetize today. So imagine this. You and I working together side by side, locked in over the next 4 weeks straight. How much of an advantage do you think that you would have over everyone else? You see, the last time I opened access to Monetize, my team and I wanted to test if there was a way to get someone their first digital product sale in record time. So we ran a secret project with a small group of people. It was a 4-week fast track project, 4 intensive live sessions, walking you through the entire process of going from 0 to having your first digital product created, launched, and generating sales, okay? And the idea was very simple. Skip months of busy work and focus only on what actually generates sales. And it worked. The results from this little project were so insane that students were getting their first sales within days of implementing. I mean, we had people who had been stuck for months finally breaking through. And what we realized was that with this, they got the advantage over every that every single successful person has, which is a coach. They got direct access to me. And that is what the first 888 people who joined today are also getting. You and I working together side by side, locked in over the next 4 weeks straight. And here is what makes us different. When I introduce new opportunities to market, I don't just make money with it myself. I create waves of success stories. It creates entire revolutions in the digital market. Just look at what happened back when I was running my agency program. I helped create the most success stories of this industry to date. And I helped thousands of regular people become ungovernable. As you already know, the last time I opened this opportunity, the people who jumped in earned over $8.9 million in tracked earnings in just the first 90 days. And now, we are doing it again, but bigger. And when we do something like this, we change the whole fabric of the internet. So would you like to be a part of a change like that? Would you like to get there before everyone else shows up? Well, this fast track bonus is only for the first 888 people who joined today. Look, This is a very hands-on program. I can only coach so many people at the same time. I can't do this with everyone, and this is not for everybody. You know, some people want to go at their own pace, so this isn't relevant to them. But I know that there's at least 888 souls on the line here today that would kill for an opportunity like this. And considering everything else you're getting here, plus my track record of creating success stories, I expect these spots to fill up fast, especially when you see the guarantee. Now, I'm going to open up spots for this in just a second. So once the number gets close to 888, I will give you a warning and I'll be very clear with you. We might reach it before the end of the call. We might not. I can't predict the future, but I will tell you this. The last time I made this available, the spots expired in less than 8 minutes. Considering the amount of people we have this time, it will probably go even faster. And if it does, I will let you know. And by the way, the moment it does, we're gonna go into the checkout page and we're gonna delete this from the page. Okay. So once I give you the URL, if it's still there by the time you check out, it means you still get it. But you have to hurry up because it might be gone at any minute. So once again, let's break down everything you get today. First, you get our 4-step system to get your non-expert digital product created for you with AI. Then you get unlimited access to Synthesize AI, the tool that will create your digital product for you. You get Ghostwriter, the AI that will write all of the assets you need for you to have a wildly profitable monetization system. You get the 60-day success safety net, where my personal team will step in and perform a complete diagnostic review of your digital product if you don't make your first sale within 60 days from now. Who else is offering stuff like this? Okay, you get the digital product formula where I will walk you through the 4-step system as you watch over my shoulder as I build actual digital products live in practice. You're gonna get a golden ticket to Monetize Mania where you can win $350,000 worth of prizes, all backed by our work with you until you win guarantee. More on that in just a minute. You also get to work with me together side by side, locked in over a period of 4 weeks straight with the 4-week fast track. Last time, Monetize users generated $8.9 million in tracked earnings. The bare minimum that our advisory clients to pay to work with us at consultant.com minimum is $25,000. Okay, so at $10,000, this is an incredible deal, which is why it is an absolute no-brainer for you to sign up right now at this special deal of just $1,995. And yes, financing is available. The only question is, are you ready to take advantage of this opportunity? So here's what happens next. In just a moment, I'm gonna drop the link for you to join in the comments. When I drop the link, you have a decision to make. You can either take everything we've talked about here today and file it away in a, oh, that was interesting information, and go back to what you've always been doing, or you can take action right now and take the first step to becoming an ungovernable individual in the next 90 days. The choice is yours. But remember, this exact offer with all of these bonuses, these crazy bonuses, will never be available again. So if you are ready to finally build a real online business, one that generates consistent income without requiring you to put your face out there or to be a tech genius, then click the link that I'm dropping in the live chat in 3, 2, 1. Now, in case you can't click it, just go to joiniman.com. It will take you to the same page. You see, after you click the button on this page, you will get redirected to a secure checkout page. Choose the payment option that makes the most sense to you, and let's start building your first non-expert digital product today. Once you have completed your enrollment, you will see this page that will give you the exact instructions on how to access Monetize and all of the bonuses right away. Because in 6 weeks from now, you could be watching your first sales come in while everyone else is still thinking about it. Now, let me show you why this might be the most powerful guarantee that has ever been offered in this industry. This is a better than money back guarantee. It is a work with you until you win guarantee. Because the fact is, you don't need the money yourself. The $1,995 is not going to make or break your life situation, okay? What you need is not the money, but to learn how to create a monetization machine, a machine that prints money for you consistently on demand. Because once you have that, all of your problems get eradicated. And on Monetize, we work with you until you have that in place. There's no fancy conditions. There's no complicated rules. It is simple. You have to 10x your investment in Monetize through digital products, or we keep working with you until you do, period. We will never charge you another dollar for updates. We will keep coaching you. We will keep giving you updates to new programs. We will keep supporting you until you hit that 10x investment mark, okay? And we can offer this because we can verify all of the numbers on the back end. Okay, we can see everything through WAP. Every sale, every customer, every dollar, it is all tracked on our back end, which means we are not working on some honor system where you have to trust us about the results. We can literally verify every number in real time, and that is why we can offer such a strong guarantee, because we know this works and we can prove that it is working for you. So really, you only have two options. Either you succeed and make at least a 10x return on your investment, or we keep working with you until you do. There is no way to lose. And in addition to that, your investment is also protected with a 7-day full money back guarantee. Meaning, if for any reason you don't like what you get inside Monetize, you have 7 days to get 100% of your money back. All you need to do is email support@monetize.com and ask for a refund. It will get processed with no questions asked within 48 hours max. With this, I am literally taking all of the risk of our deal here on me. I couldn't possibly be taking more risk on my side. You don't have any risk on your end today. By the way, if you have any issues checking out, our team is going to reach out to you within 5 minutes through the contact information you fill on the checkout page. So keep an eye on your WhatsApp or SMS for that. And guys, when it comes to this, there's words and there's actions. Really stick with me here. This is very, very important. I just gave you my word. Now let me show you my actions, okay? Because what I have done for Monetize users, no one else in this industry can say they did. Recently, we discovered a new method to get digital product sales insanely fast. We could have offered that as a $2,000 upsell for our current customers, and I know thousands of people would have taken it. But what did I do instead? What did I tell you? I am never going to charge you for updates until you 10x your investment. So what did we do? We hosted an entire 4-week workshop within the Monetize community, breaking down this method during a shit ton of live sessions completely for free, okay? Every single user who joined Monetize in January, just so you understand, got the alpha version of Synthesize for the test version for $995. Since then, the software has undergone 2 complete overhauls. We have added dozens of new features that weren't even promised, okay? The 2.0 version and now the 3.0 version that we just shipped last week. It is an entirely new software, and every single one of our original customers got the 2.0 and the 3.0 versions for free. The exact same version that now sells for $2,999, and they got all of that at no extra charge. Ghostwriter, I had to write a massive 7-figure check to license it. I pay per seat. The original users of Monetize, they weren't promised this. I still gave access to all of them for free, and those were thousands of seats that I had to pay for. Then I created the digital product formula. Was that included in the original package that was offered in January when we launched it, the test offer? No. I could have easily sold it for $14.95 like I've done tens of thousands of times with my previous programs. So what did I do? I gave it to all Monetize users for free. Then I acquired a company called Consultant.com. That's our previous office in Manhattan. At the time I acquired it, their flagship program sold for $1,997. Over 20,000 customers had paid them that amount for this program. $690 million earned by students and 52 millionaires created out of it. I paid $1.7 million US out of my own pocket to acquire this. Here's the receipt on screen. Now, before I acquired it, they made roughly $80 million in sales, aka people paid them $80 million for their products. You know how many times I sold this $1,997 program after the acquisition? 0. Instead, I gave it to all my customers for free. So just a few weeks ago, a few of my pro users had a 90-day coaching package. Okay, we have something called Monetize Pro, and the small 0.44% of people that want to take it an even step further. We have this very intensive package there. Anyways, that ran out and that expired. Okay, so what did I do? Did I charge them again? No. I renewed the package for every single person for another 90 days. And these are just a few of the recent examples. So when I say we work with you until you win, I mean it. A lot of people say it, but I mean it, okay? So you are guaranteed to make at least a 10x return on your investment, or we will keep working with you until you win. And I just showed you just a few of dozens and dozens and dozens of examples of the reason why we're a company that will go to the ends of the earth and back for our customers, because we care more than any other business in this industry. And I've just shown you countless examples where I've had to pay millions and millions of dollars just to take care of my customers. That's how much I care. That is how much we care. That is how serious we take this. That is how serious we take your success. And that is why we have such a crazy guarantee where we're literally going, we will work with you until you win. And we will not accept another penny until you get that result. Guys, sorry, I know I get very passionate about this, but this means a lot to us. This means a lot to us, and
Listen, I work hard, but my team, the team of 50 people we have working on Monetize, full-time, that work their ass off day and night, they do so much for our users. They do so much for our customers. I couldn't even begin to tell you. So I just want you to know that everything that you see here today, honestly, yeah, sure, I've played a part in it, but my team, they do more than you could ever imagine. So getting back into the presentation, the only way this investment doesn't pay off is if you don't take action. And if finances are tight for you right now, I get it. We've all been there, okay? We've set up the best third-party financing for you that this market has ever seen. Why? To make this accessible to anyone who's serious about changing their situation. And because we process everything through WAP, which gives us access to data that most companies don't have, we are able to offer financing plans that literally no one else can. We are talking about breaking this down into manageable payments that anyone can afford. And remember, with our work with you until you win guarantee, you either make a 10x return on your investment, or so these payments basically take care of themselves. You can check the financing options in the checkout page on the link pinned in the live comments or by going to joiniman.com. So, you thought that was it? You thought I was done? You thought I'm done giving you bonuses? We're not done. I got more. I got more for you. Listen, I've just shown you. We have a track record of over-delivering. No one over-delivers for their customers. Listen, we put out a lot of content. We help a lot of people. But our customers, it is a different level of care, love, and attention. So you think we were done? No, I got more. We're not done yet. We have more to go over. Look, you know that moment when you're trying to build something alone and you get completely stuck on a roadblock and you have absolutely no idea how to navigate it and no one to ask, what should I do next? Well, that's why you're going to get 7 digital product coaching sessions included inside of your Monetize subscription. But not 7 in total. 7 a week. 7 sessions a week, 7 coaching sessions a week. This is 52 weeks of intensive group coaching sessions covering all the technical, marketing, and mindset challenges that typically derail success with digital products. You see, most digital product creators fail not because they lack potential, but because they hit roadblocks and have no one to ask for directions. This coaching ensures you always know your next step. We track the most common failure points for digital product creators and design these coaching sessions to address exactly those obstacles. Wouldn't you agree that having someone to guide you through every obstacle and knowing that you can always have your questions answered means you will never have to worry about getting stuck or wasting weeks going down the wrong path again? I want you to treat this as your success safety net. And you get it at no additional cost when joining Monetize today. Guys, listen, I could keep going on for a long time here, but we are already over time and we have Jason here waiting to join for the Q&As. Plus, by the way, we have a very, very, very special guest, okay? We have a very special guest who might join us if time allows after this main session. So I just want to leave one last message here. Finding a single winning digital product is all you need. Get to decide on what is all you need to do in order to have the opportunity to get to decide what you work on, where you work from, when you work, or even if you want to work in the first place. No longer stress about money and reclaim ownership of your life and be the one dictating the shots once again. You, my friend, are only one digital product away from the life that you have always dreamed of. And now it's time for our Q&A. I'm going to bring in Jason Fladlin now to help me answer all of your questions and give you his perspective based on his nearly 20 years and $250 million in digital product sales. Welcome, Jason Fladlin.
Damn. I've been watching game tape of Iman since we started working together. Guys, give it up for Iman. That's the best I've ever seen him put his heart out there. When you have something this incredible, that makes sense, right?
Tristan, just full screen, please.
Yeah, we got to go back full screen. We live out here, 36,000 plus souls. I see you. I have names of people who've already signed up. I will try to total, by the time we're done, attempt to read almost every single one of them. I'm only going to read a few now just to get it going, right? I won't read last names because that could be weird. Maybe somebody's listening and you don't want them to know, so I'll read first names. So Jenna Lee, I see you. Leo, Julian S, Mira A, Matthew C, Oliver A, Sinan A, Brandon, Angel R, Masood B, Onika. That's the start of it here. We're going to read some more names out because I want to recognize you because you took the first step today to be ungovernable. When you go to joiniman.com, that's where we rock and that's where we roll to become ungovernable. I also have questions here. My team has already flagged some. We're going to continue to flag even more as we go through this. here's why we do this. This is why this is super important. There is an extra special goodie when you sign up today. When you go to joiniman.com and sign up, or if you click the, it should be pinned in the comments here in the YouTubes, on the comments there, you can go that way as well. We have a fast action bonus. Now, the data's a little delayed on when the orders come in that we can verify it, so we'll check in here soon to see if we're at that 888 limit. I would guess we are, but I can't say until we verify it.
By the way, if I look at my phone, guys, I swear I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just communicating with tech team and everyone else, making sure that everything's going smooth.
Yeah, fingers crossed, right? Because
just a heads up, apparently there is an issue if you're trying too many times on one card. I see there's so many people trying to come in. If you're trying too many times on one card, apologies. Like I said, we've literally had 1 million registrants, 64,000 people on the wait list, and that was as of 2 hours ago. We tried to use the most up-to-date information. So yeah, we'll keep you guys updated, but if you're having issues, just apparently the tech team is just saying wait a few minutes and then retry again. Yeah,
and we had tech issues yesterday, so we'll get those situated. So hang tight. If you were processing it and a hiccup occurred, just wait a minute or two. It's hard for me to say that if you're ready to sign up, but if you've been like sputtering, then wait a minute or two, we'll try it again, and we'll honor that to make sure. We also know the timestamp, so if you attempted to sign up and it didn't go through, we can go back through and honor that to make sure that you get the fast action bonus here with us today.
That's very good point. We can see that on our side. I know a lot of you guys are stressing right now. You're like, I want to be part of that 888 people. So yeah, we can see your payments, and if payments failed, and if there's serious, genuine intention, we can see it on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what I want to do. I got a bunch of questions. My team is collecting more questions as we speak. I see them right there in the Google Doc. We have 9 people flagging questions. We stayed long yesterday. I will stay longer today if need be to go through all of the questions, because there's stakes on the line here. This isn't just philosophical decisions to make. These are real practical decisions. And if no is the right decision, then I want it to be no. And if yes is the right decision, then I want it to be yes, because it's an investment in yourself if it makes sense. We also have a very special guest.
Mm-hmm.
And he flew all the way from Texas to be here. First time he's ever been out of the country. I was chatting with him before I came up, and he's so hyped and he's so excited. So I think we should just bring him up right now. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Should we bring him on?
Yeah, we can get him on.
All right, so let's get Armando in here. And I'm going to interview him very briefly, just so you know how this flow is going to work. I got some questions for him so you can understand from his perspective, his story, because he was where you are now, and he did some amazing stuff. Before I give him a short interview, and then we're going to answer all your questions, so put them in there. If you want us to make sure that we answer your question, put monetize in caps in front of it. My team will know to snag it much easier. Before I get into his story, though, we got a gift for him.
We do indeed.
We
so
do.
You know what? Let's keep the seat open for him, because we got something special. And then after that, you can get into...
I'm going to come back in,
like, how did he even get to this position in the first place?
Hell yeah.
All right.
Come on in, my friend.
What's up? How are you, bro? Thanks, brother. How you doing? Welcome to Dubai. All right, have a seat. Have a seat. All right, well, Armando, I have a special gift for you. Do you want to... You know why you're getting the special gift, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
We crushed it, bro. Last event we crushed it. We did pretty insane numbers.
Yeah. So Armando is, as you guys have seen, we have Monetize Mania, and you ranked where on Monetize Mania? Fifth,
I believe, yeah.
Fifth. Well, anyways, some crazy things have happened in your life, but we'll get Jason to get into that. Can you pass me over a special green box? Now, inside of this box, Armando, we have something that hopefully, every time you look at your wrist, will remind you of the work that you've put in.
Definitely. That's
And hopefully it's something that you can pass down to your son or daughter when the time comes, and remind them, because listen, the way that you're going at your age, the life that you're going to be able to provide for your children is totally different than the life that you grew up with. And as I said, Jason will get into that in just a second. But my friend, that is yours.
dude. It is sick.
Check the case back.
Let me check it out. No freaking way. I don't know if y'all can see it. It has a monetized logo right there. That's freaking sick, man.
Congrats, bro. You deserve it. Good work.
Appreciate it, dude.
I will leave you with Jason. I'm gonna go check in with the tech team because, sorry guys, there's always so much stuff going on with these streams. So, Jason, I'll let you take my spot. I'm gonna check in with the tech team and the fast track and see if I can get an update for you guys.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Thank you so much, Iman. It is an honor to be in the spot. And Iman will be back. We got questions. I'm just going to give a little teaser, some of the questions here. Maybe we can get into it from your perspective too, Armando. Getting
100%.
traffic. How do I get the traffic? Deciding which digital product to create. What is synthesize? How to identify a problem? There's questions related to WAP. Did you use WAP, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay,
dude,
cool.
love
Good.
WAP.
We'll get into that. Yeah, baby. Okay, delivery. That's part of it. Okay, good. We got a whole bunch of them. We'll get into this. I promise you. Keep asking them. Put monetizing caps if it's a very pertinent question that will help you make a yes or no decision. Armando, let's start at the beginning. What was your first experience with Iman? Can you bring us all the way back there?
Dude, it was crazy. So I've worked construction my whole life. My brother comes one day, shows me a video of Iman. He's like, dude, look at this guy. He's crushing it. He's 23. He's 23 at the time. I was like, there's no way. You know, never been exposed to online money. You know, it was just generic, working a construction job. Check out the video, watch the whole video through. And then I decided to make an investment into myself. I was like, you know what? Nothing changes if nothing changes. Made an investment, joined the agency, what was known as Agency Accelerator at the time. And dude, the rest is history from there, man.
So you joined Agency Accelerator. So this was prior to Monetize.
Correct.
And how much was that investment, by the way?
I believe at the time it was $14.97, I believe.
Okay. And how easy of an investment was that for you to make?
It was tough. I was going through the toughest part of my life at that time. Lost a lot of money working construction. I was trying to become a contractor at the time. I had 700 to my name. My brother actually helped me. So I thank him a lot for that. He helped me start the investment, helped me. We bought it. And yeah, that's how everything kind of just kickstarted. It was a lot to me. You know, maybe it's not a lot to some people. Maybe it is. But at the time, I didn't even have it in my bank account to purchase.
So you found your brother, you said, hey, I want to go in on this. And he saw something in you that said, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
You sign up, Agency Accelerator, correct?
Correct.
And then you got success.
Correct.
How did that work?
I mean, it was a journey. It's like anything, you know, starting off. I mean, I didn't even know how to use a laptop when I first started. All I knew, I had a dream in mind, changed the trajectory of my life. Searched up literally when I bought the program before I bought a laptop. Went to Best Buy, bought a laptop, searched up how to use a computer, literally that process right there. And then just started going through all the content, great content in there. Helped me lay the foundation of an agency.
Yeah.
Which that agency, you know, 6 months later, the first 30K month. After that, we were doing 100K months, and yeah.
Okay, so you're cooking, right? 100K months, very fast. What's the timeline? 6 months to 100K?
Six months to 30K,
Okay.
and it was 9 months to 100K.
9 months to 100K.
Correct.
All right, so then you see Monetize. I mean, dude, you're styling, you're profiling, you're making the money, right? You're 18 at the time or 19?
18 at the time.
Okay, you're 18 at the time. Why invest in Monetize as a program when you're doing so well?
I mean, I seen another great opportunity. I already trusted Iman. I seen the content. I mean, the previous program was amazing. And I was like, you know what? I mean, I've already purchased from him. Why not do it again? And then that's why I joined Monetize. I mean, I seen the growth that digital products had. I didn't personally know how to set it up. That was basically like a completely new business to me at the time. Decided to purchase it. And dude, I mean, the numbers, I don't know if they've seen leaderboard numbers.
You want to share?
Yeah, first 3 months we did about over 300,000.
Damn.
This month we're projected to do over $250,000.
Over $250,000 in a single month in a digital product business that you had no idea
How to start, how to run, knew nothing about it.
So what was the biggest value that you got when you joined Monetize? Like, what was the first domino that fell that made this start working?
I would say the software behind it for sure. Never seen anything like it. You know, me being completely new to it, I didn't know how to do the copy, how to set it up, how to even go about it. WAP itself, the platform, you know, to be able to sell it on, setting up the whole process behind it was amazing. And I mean, I would honestly say the copywriting thing and synthesis were probably two of the best tools I could have used to set everything up.
So Ghostwriter helped you put the message out there.
Correct.
Synthesize helped you compile the digital product.
Correct.
You've never made a digital product before. Correct?
Never.
Yeah, just making sure everybody hears this and
Yeah.
is clear on this. Never made a digital product before. So You get into the community. You use WAP to publish it, right?
Yeah, I use WAP to publish it. Super easy, fast, streamlined. WAP is amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And how did you start really making that money then with the digital product that you created? Like, how are you getting people to find you and buy from you?
Just posting. I mean, in the program it talks a little bit about it as well. It talks a lot about it, how to go about it. I just started posting on Instagram, sharing my knowledge, sharing what I did. I mean, I used synthesis to build everything out, and from there I was able to get eyeballs into a problem. I introduced a solution and started making sales, man.
That's incredible. What's your price of your digital product?
At the moment, it's $2,000.
$2,000. So he went straight to the top. There's a reason why you got 5th in the challenge?
Correct, 5th in the challenge.
By the way, did that psych you up when when there was like a prize to be won and there was a goal to achieve?
I was like, I have to make it happen. I mean, I was shooting for the McLaren, but I made enough to buy my own. So.
I was going to say, you got your own McLaren, man.
Doesn't hurt, right? But, yeah,
if you don't win the McLaren, you will make enough to buy the McLaren. Yeah, I mean, no guarantees, of course, but if that was the motivation to push, and you got that, and then you won the prize here. So 5th. So Armando is cranking. You did this in 90 days?
90 days.
90 days. All right, so if somebody's sitting in your position that you were in when you first decided to invest in yourself, and join and be part of what Iman is putting out there and what the team is delivering on here, what would you say to somebody who is now in the position that you were in when you made that first investment?
I would tell them to do it, man. I mean, I didn't even have the money available at the time to make the investment. I would definitely tell them to do it. If nothing changes, nothing changes. And at the end of the day, I was like, okay, worst case scenario, I'll make an investment and doesn't work out for whatever reason. At the end of the day, it's up to me to make it work. If it doesn't work out, I'm back at square one. No, it's not going to hurt me. But at the other side, what if it does work out?
What if it does?
And what happened? Retired my parents. I mean, bought a McLaren at 19. It's unreal, man.
That is unreal. Well, why did you decide to fly all the way from Texas to be here? Did we pay you money to be here?
Nah.
We didn't bribe you? No funny business?
No funny business.
We just asked and you said yes?
Yeah, I was willing to come out here, man.
What made you do that? Because that's a significant time investment in travel and all that.
For sure. Stuff. Yeah. I mean, I left my even with the agency, how everything played out, I automated my business to the point where it doesn't require me full time to be there. I mean, you're not just seeking money, but you're also seeking freedom, Yep. That's one thing I love, just seeking freedom, having the time, but mainly to meet the man himself and meet the whole team behind the man. I mean, it was literally life-changing. 2 years ago, I was working construction, seeing it a video to seeing the guy here himself. It's pretty unreal, man. It feels like a dream. I mean, it feels like I went through 10 lifetimes already, but it's only been 2 years,
That is incredible. Yeah, and I hope that happens for you, because if somebody inspires you and moves you, obviously the end result is incredible. That then when you get to shake the hand of the person that helped make the biggest difference in your life,
yeah,
you'll fly all the way around the world to have that meeting, correct?
Correct. 100%.
And I mean, I just met Armando like 10 minutes before we were popping in here, and the whole team were down there shaking hands. You saw all the guys. You're like, my brother watches Luis.
Yeah, my brother watches Luis. Dude,
yeah,
it's crazy.
And this is what it's all about. Like when you step into the circle of being ungovernable, you like attracts like. You then surround yourself with ungovernable people, and you can do things for the people you love. Like you retired your dad, right?
Correct.
It was so funny because we pour through every word to make sure that the accuracy of it is 100%. And we were like, did he retire his dad? Did he really make that amount of money? We're searching through and we're looking through. We're like, did he help his dad? But no, you flat out just retired him.
Flat out retired my dad. I mean, they don't have to work. I pay all the bills at the house, paid off the house. A lot of great
Got
things,
a new truck for him, right?
Got a new truck for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, mom is taken care of. They don't have to worry about a single bill. She has a credit card that she can use anytime whenever she wants to go shopping. It's there.
Shout out to mom on that one.
Dude, yeah.
Brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart from coming out all the way out to Dubai.
100%.
You are the man. Everybody, let me put the chat up there so we can see it. I'm going to put the chat on the comments. Let's give some love for Armando. Drop some emojis in the chat. Drop some hearts for Armando in the chat. We're on a little bit of delay when I'm here live for 30 seconds, so we're going to hang out there and we're going to look at the chat. Let's just give him some love. He came all the way out here. He is not being paid to do this. There is nothing in it for him other than the spiritual fulfillment of being able to be present and pass forward the experience that he had, hopefully, to some of you. I think the hearts are starting to come in there right now.
Man.
I saw that from Phoenix and Sam, Texas represent right there. Anthony with the Armando heart. This is incredible, right?
Sick, man. It's just sick.
This is amazing. So appreciate you, my friend. You are the man. I can't wait to hear more about what you're up to and see you keep going up that ladder of WAP.
Yeah, we're gonna keep crushing it, man.
Keep crushing it.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I see Iman standing there at the door. There he is. Whew. We doing good? Is everything holding up?
Everything is smooth. There are so many people trying to get in. I think that is the only issue. So yeah, as I said, just if there's an issue with your car, just wait a few minutes and you should be good to go.
Awesome.
And then you have your perfect team sending you some messages as well, updates as well on WhatsApp. So
Okay,
you got
excellent.
that all points. All right, cool. So what are we doing? Getting back into Q&As now?
We're going to get back into Q&As. I wanted to shout out just a couple more people here real fast. Cedra, Dean, Gersimran, Kiamar, Rebecca, Daniel, Uwaz24, nice name. Mike, I lost the rest of them there. Cloudified signed up. Tajana, we're going by whatever you're putting in there when you're checking out. Work Stinks signed up as well. I'm not making these up. Like you could, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Fresh Lagoon, Kevin Scantz, Tyrell Beatty, all of you have joined the Ungovernable. Anastasia, Mock Nutrient, Carolyn.
By the way, one thing that I did want to say, just because as I was walking and I realized we still have
Oh yeah.
the VIPs, we have so many
Oh yeah.
MacBooks left to give away. So we're giving away 7 MacBooks to the VIPs. But I thought, you know what, let's give away an extra MacBook, okay?
I'm down.
Let's give away an extra MacBook. So if you're a VIP and you have purchased Monetize, go post a photo with you inside of Monetize. Go take a selfie or even go take a photo on your computer inside of Monetize and go post that in the VIP chat. So shout out to my VIPs. Can I just see any of my VIPs here? Just drop some VIP. I fucking love my VIPs. So
Drop that VIP love.
yeah, drop some VIP love if you guys are in here. VIPs. All right. Yes, VIPs. All right, guys, VIPs, make sure you go ahead and drop that inside of the VIP WAP. Just a photo of you in front of Monetize, a photo of you accessing Monetize, and we are going to pick one person tonight. I know we're giving away 7 MacBooks. We're going to give away another MacBook. So an 8th MacBook we're going to give away.
Dang, call us the Apple Store because we handing out MacBooks, my friends. All right, we got 23,000 people on here. My goal is to make sure that if you have something that will help you make a yes or no decision, that we get to it. We'll also spit game. We'll drop a lot of insights here. JoinIman.com is the place to be. If the comment is pinned, you will see it on the YouTube comments as well. I'm checking in real quick on the fast action bonus, and I just got the number back, and we got a problem. A good problem, maybe, but a problem nonetheless. Because 888 was the number, and this is what the team, and this is on a little bit of a delay, too, so this is what the team is saying that we push through.
I guess that was to be expected with 64,000 wait list.
Yeah, I mean, we smashed through the numbers. Now, I'm a big picture optimist, but I'm a small detail pessimist. I expect everything to go wrong. I expect it to take to the 11th hour for people to do the right thing, because most of us resist the thing that we need the most, and we do the thing that is the most familiar, and change is always unfamiliar at first. So we've blasted through on the fast action bonuses. We will check for duplicate orders to make sure that that number is still accurate. We will verify all these to make sure. But as it stands right now, we've ran laps around the 888. So first of all, congratulations to all those that are in here as well. And because I know Iman is in a especially good mood, and because he's been giving away extra MacBooks,
No.
Hey, I go hard like that. When it comes time to connect people, What should we do about this, man? Would it be okay if we answered some questions for a little bit and then we check the number before we yank this fast action bonus off?
Okay, you know what? Let me.
Why don't you?
It's not a yes. It's not a no. Let me go
Yeah.
speak to Max because
Okay.
all
Yes.
jokes aside, you can tell I care for my team a lot. And the thing is, like,
True.
my team is under so much stress, and I put them through so much already. Like the amount of stuff that we give you guys, and the love and care and attention. I think you. Honestly, I'm not a very like emotional person, but like that was. I'm sure you can tell when I talk about my team, I actually get a little bit emotional because I just fucking love them so much, and I know how much love and care and attention they give our customers. So I know that it's going to be a lot of extra workload on our company.
Yep.
I have to go speak with Max first. But
That
for
is
the
smart.
But for the time being, yes, we can leave it open tentatively.
We will hold it open for now. Anybody who's passed the post, who signed up, you are a lock. You get in because that's on us. We're going to verify it. Poor Max is downstairs right now.
Let me actually go speak to Max. So
All right.
yes, if you want to get in, you might have up until the moment I come back after speaking with Max. So.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you so much, Iman. Yeah, last time I put him on the spot, and he was like, don't do it again this time. And I kind of did it again. I couldn't help myself. But no, fair game to Max. This is no bull here. Like, we take these very serious, because these are very serious times when we are looking down a revolution where there's a winning side and a losing side when it comes to AI. And then we take my favorite thing in the world. I think it's kind of Iman's favorite thing in the world too, which is these digital products. I'm going to move this down so you can see this beautiful face, or if it's an ugly face, you can see this ugly face, but the face don't matter because you can go face with AI. Go to joiniman.com. I got some questions. I'm going to run through them really quickly. What do I do when there are no sales and I lose motivation? Here's what you do. You do the same thing with anything that you are serious about that can change you. You just put another rep in. So if you put a product out there and it doesn't sell, there are some things you can do with Ghostwriter to, sweeten the deal to make it sell. But you should also at the same time do another one. When I go to the gym, and I go to the gym a lot, I have a home gym, the muscles don't always grow when I do the workout. And you can see me, I'm a vegetarian. I don't think I get enough protein. So it takes a lot to make my muscles grow. But here's the reason why I always do it, because it feels right and I'm investing in myself and my future. So if it doesn't pay off the first time, I will do it a second time and a third time and a fourth time. Now, if you join us, then it's not just you, because you alone is the hardest way to become successful. You with other people supporting you is an infinitely easier way to become successful. And so when you have the challenge motivating you, the 90-day challenge, if you want to win one of those prizes like Armando did, when you have coaching that's provided to you, both as the fast action bonus that Iman has provided, plus the additional extra bonus of coaching on top of that, which is take it as you need it coaching, sometimes it's not you that moves forward. Sometimes somebody else moves you forward. And I think that's a big difference in success. And listen, I only work with the best. I have a limited use of my time, and I have a lot of demand for my time. And Iman knows, because I show him, I'm like, this guy wants me to work with him, and this person, but I choose to work with who I choose to work with. Shout out to my ungovernables out there. And this is because I only work with the best. And the primary determination is, are they ride or die for their customers? Are they there for them when it's hard, not just when it's easy? And so this is one of the ways that you keep moving forward, even if you drop a product and it doesn't go as well as expected, because sooner or later, that's going to happen. Only a fool thinks that every product that they create and ship will meet with success. What we do is we discipline our disappointments. And so we do the things that make the most sense for us to enrich ourselves, regardless of the outcome of that particular day. Because sometimes you don't pack an umbrella and it rains. That doesn't mean you don't go outside again. So next time you might remember to bring an umbrella in there as well. All right, cool. I'm getting updates from the team as well. I appreciate that. I'm going to hit a couple more questions while we're doing here, rapid fire. And then there's a couple things that I want you to consider. Regardless of whether the fast action bonuses stay up or not, I do have some insights from my $250 million, that's with a B, $250 million worth of product sales, because I was slanging that digital product back in 2007 when it was a miracle that you could even get one online and you can sell it via PayPal. That's what I used. And I use social media 1.0 because 2.0 didn't even exist, aka a forum. So I'm going to give you some insights regardless. Somebody says, why don't you do all the hard work for me? I don't know if this is a troll question or not, but I'll answer it because it's an interesting question. That's like me asking you if I can outsource my push-ups to you. Or that's like asking you to eat the healthy food and hoping that I get the result. What we do is we remove all the unnecessary noise and friction that could slow you down on the way of your success. But here's the truth. Let me just give it to you plain and simple on a bumper sticker. Here's what it is. You would be far more successful if you just unburden the unnecessary weight that you carry. So what slows you down to success right now isn't the things that you want to have that you don't have yet. It's the things that you carry around unnecessarily. And so a lot of you carry around complexity because you don't have a tool like Synthesize. A lot of you carry around doubt and concern because you don't surround yourself with the right mentors on the inside and with the right peer group on the inside that you get. You also get access to WAP, and you also get access to additional resources. And so what we want to do is we want to unburden ourselves of the friction that prevents the success, and then as a result, success automatically occurs. So you still have to do the necessary. But when we remove the unnecessary, there's so few necessary steps left. And then when we make the necessary as simple and smooth and eloquent as possible, that's when seemingly ordinary people get extraordinary results. And Armando was a great example about that. I might bring him back on later. I don't know. I got 3 other guests that I have on the line here that I would also like to bring on, because here's the interesting thing about this. If it only fits one prototype, or it only fits one setting, or it only fits one demographic, then you might conclude that if I am not like that person, then I can't get results similar to that person. This is a democratized process that knows no man, woman, no age, no color, no race, no boundary, physical, no geographic location, no experience limitation, none of that stuff. So I want to give you some of that love so you can see it from multiple different success angles. So you can see it's less the person, it's more the process. And when it's demystified to you, because right now it seems like it's some unique foreign language, when it becomes plain and simple, then you will do what needs to be done, and you will go to Join Iman and sign up if it makes sense to you. Why can't Monetize be open for longer? That is a fantastic question. Let me answer that question for you really quickly. Here's the deal, and this is interesting because a lot of marketers out there, they spend more time on marketing than they spend on fulfillment. Tell me if you've experienced this before. They will spend 10 times as much selling you stuff than they do fulfilling on the things that they just sold you. So we do the opposite program. Think about it like a bus that pulls into the station. We bring the bus into the station so everybody who wants to get on board and go to destination ungovernable can. But if that bus never leaves the station, then everybody just sits on it, it becomes full, and it never moves. And so we have the bus in the station right now. We are taking on people onto the bus. We are driving into the ungovernable land, the land of the ungovernable. But at some point in time, we have to leave and take that journey together. And so we make Monetize open for a limited amount of time, so then we can go to war and support and help the people who sign up for Monetize 3.0 for an unlimited number of times if necessary, with continual support and fulfillment with the guarantee. All the details are on joiniman.com. The offer will be available tomorrow. There is a short window beyond today. Full details on the URL, by the way, when this does expire. However, the fast action bonus will definitely be gone by then. It may be gone sooner, although I'm kind of stalling a little bit by now, trying to lengthen this out so I can buy as much time as I possibly can. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and then I do want to bring on an extra guest, mainly because, I mean, we're sitting here we're all over the world, right? So we want to make sure that we get to it. So I'm going to bring on Ramsey here very shortly. So Tristan, I'm going to answer one more question, then we can queue up Ramsey. Awesome, cool. We're going to bring him on as well. Let me capture a question. Here's the thing. A a lot of questions about WAP, and I do want to circle back and answer some more of those questions. I was watching a YouTube video, actually a couple of them today. Iman came downstairs and he saw me, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'll go, I'm studying up on WAP because I want to make sure I totally understand this, because a lot of you are making WAP to be something that it's not. You're very confused and you think it's difficult. Now, Armando showed you earlier how unbelievably easy it was for him with no previous experience to use WAP. And pretty much anybody can use WAP. And if you find out you're in a country, one of the very few countries out in the world that doesn't support that, you have two options. Of course, we will refund your purchase back if this doesn't work for you, because we only want you in if you can win, and we can support you on the winning. But the second thing to consider about that is, hey, if WAP is not your jam, not everybody likes strawberry ice cream or chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream. Somebody likes some weird flavors here and there. We obviously want you to use WAP. You will obviously, in my opinion, get the best results with WAP, but you should get your digital product up in a way that people can pay you for it. So if you are in a position where you can plug it into a system already, you can push it out there, that is the most important thing, at least short term, that you can get your product online. That is priority number one. Put it in a place where people can purchase it. And to that note, actually, we got Iman coming back in here as well. I'm seeing the notes up there. I've been kind of ignoring them. Like I've been a little devil here right now.
Okay. All right. Here's the update. Unfortunately, for my wallet, I am gonna have to pay my team some very expensive bonuses this month. Even though they get paid very, very handsomely. Of course, I'm the one who's doing the 4-week fast track, but my team supported me all the while through. So, if we're gonna let some extra people in, I want to make sure that the quality is maintained. So, I was just speaking with Max, our COO, as to how we can rejig company resources. How obviously some people will be working even more around the clock, because my team they they work 24/7. So we're gonna have to find a 25th hour of the day, including myself. So one of the big reasons why I kind of felt bad, I've been speaking with Max, I'm seeing, and you guys can drop in here if you're still having payment issues. I'm seeing so many payment issues. So yeah, anyways, all of that to say, I'm gonna leave it up to you. Obviously, Jason and I have known each other for a very long time. One of the things I respect about you so much is you're very sincere, and I think a lot of that comes from having kids and having a family, and you would never give advice to people that you wouldn't give to your kids. So I trust you.
Thank you.
I will leave it up to Jason's discretion as to when to close the offer, or close the fast action bonuses for today. Payment issues. Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot.
That's the biggest reason, right? We want to keep it open for that.
I would feel very bad because, as I said, we're still trying to go through the log, and we're still trying to make a note of it, but it's hard. So, as I said, either we try to spend the next 7 days trying to analyze and reach out to every person and be like, okay, you get it, or we're just going to give you a little bit more time. Not much time, because
Yep.
I'm assuming. Please tell me you're going to end it off soon enough.
Time is relative, but I will feel like a short amount of time, hopefully. Yeah.
Anyways, all of that to say, congratulations to everyone who still has the opportunity. I am going to go speak to the team as to how to handle it. And I'm also actually, if you guys are in VIPs, once again, VIPs, just drop a VIP up.
Drop that VIP.
I love my VIPs.
God. Dude, the VIP session today, oh my God, man, it inspired
That was
me.
insane.
Yeah.
So anyways, all that to say, I'm also going to go check in on the VIP chat for all the people who have joined. And I'm also going to go inside the Monetize chat for Monetize 3.0. And I'm actually just going to start welcoming a bunch of people. So
You're the man.
yeah.
No, you are. Thank you so much, Iman. God, I love that. He really does. He really does it. Again, I hang out with all the big names. I've been to all the big mansions, rubbed elbows with all the famous people. And, I live near Hollywood, right? So it's there's real and then there's real. And Iman is the real deal for sure. This is why I'm so excited to be part of it and be here. Because, I've flown all the way around the world as well. I'm going to be here for quite a while. We're going to bring on our first guest. And then I just want to tee up some of the questions that I'll be answering afterwards. And team, we know that there's payment issues, so don't put any more of those in my question box for now. But I just want to say, what's the difference? Okay, we're going to talk about creative financing and if that does or doesn't make sense. Because there's you can sign up direct, you can finance this, and then there's creative financing, which I'll talk about, but I will caveat that 172 different ways. There is what's the most challenging moments that we faced in our business. It's a good question. I will answer that as well. Struggles and failures that I've went through and that Iman has went through. We can address this as well. Can you do the same thing without monetize? I will answer that question and I will say, yes, you can. We'll actually go into that. Can I join in a few months? We'll answer that question. That's a good one. And then all these other ones that are related to the checkout process. I see you. We're working through it. I appreciate your patience. And I do have a couple stories that I think will be very useful to you and will help you in your business, regardless of whether you say yes or not, and go to joiniman.com. But before we get to all of that fun times, can we bring Ramsey in here? So Ramsey Tafreshi, I believe. Are you there, sir? Can you hear me?
How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to finally put a face to the voice because we talked earlier today for the first time, correct?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and so we chatted briefly earlier. Now we're here live. This is the first time that I'm meeting you in person, Ramsey, and we brought you in here because you are a good example of somebody. You were here last time, and you were in the position most people are in watching this right now. And then you decided to join Monetize 2.0. Is that fair?
100%.
Okay, good. And tell us a little bit of what happened after you joined, like the results that you got, and how was the experience?
The experience was fantastic. Iman and his whole team, like I can't even explain it with words how much love behind, Iman, Storm, Andres, Samantha, Rebecca, Louise, and I can go on for days. It's just the amount of love that I received, the amount of care that I received was absolutely fantastic. Everything that came with the program was just music to my ears. It was literally like exactly what I needed. I don't know what else to say, to be honest with you. Like from the bottom of my heart, like thank you guys.
Ramsey, I appreciate that so much. And it wasn't just all good vibes and warm hugs, right? Like you made some money too. You were top 30 in the Monetize Mania Challenge, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind sharing numbers?
Sure. No problem at all. I made $23,000 in cash collected in 90 days and a decent amount in revenue. That's for sure.
Damn. So when you're talking 23,000, just so everybody knows, cash collected means that's money in the bank, money in the hand. That's not future projections. That's not top line revenue. That's the net of the net of the net. Is that right?
That is correct.
Oh, fantastic. Now, how did you create your digital product?
Synthesize AI.
So it's not hype, right?
No, it's not hype. It's literally a couple clicks of a button. Like it's no joke. Exactly what I was presented was what I received. And go ahead.
Did you ever create digital products before Monetize?
No, never.
So your first digital product created with Synthesize, cash collected in 90 days, $23,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just cash collected, not revenue.
Yeah, that's incredible. And again, it's good that everybody hears that because I know Iman is a big fan of like, hey, people talk about these numbers, but it ain't the big number. It's the number you keep. What other resources, if any, that you found were very useful when you joined Monetize?
The coaching, all the programs inside, all the little bonuses that are not mentioned that comes on the inside as well. Just everything. It was just overwhelming, the amount of things that were offered in order to help. There was absolutely every resource necessary to succeed. And the way that I looked at it was like, as long as I follow direction and do what was told, that I would make money. And for that reason, now I'm able to work from home. I have a new daughter. I see her first steps, stepping out of my office, spend time with my wife, and I'm literally forever grateful, honestly.
I feel that, Ramsey. So thank you so much for sharing that. What does the future look like for you with digital products and with Monetize?
The vision's too big. It's let's just call it the yellow brick road that never ends.
I love it. I love it,
Yeah.
man. Any advice for anybody listening right now if they're thinking about joining? Like, what would you say to them that would be helpful for them to make a decision?
Don't even worry about it. Just do it. Honestly. Like, I was in the same position as you guys. I was wondering if I should do it or not. And I just trusted Iman. You could tell when someone's genuine. There's a lot of people online. And from the bottom of my heart, you guys will be helped, just like I was. Every time I had a question, someone would answer me. And don't worry about it. It's all good. Trust me.
Man, I appreciate that, Ramsey. Can we drop some love for him? Ramzi. That's how you spell his name. Put his name in the chat. Put a heart next to it. Let's give him some love. Nobody paid you to be here today, right?
No, not at all.
You came here just because you wanted to pay it forward yourself?
150 million%.
Oh, dude, I love that. I love that. All right, let's drop him some love in the chat. Ramsey, heart, let's give him some good vibes. Appreciate you, brother. So much gratitude. I just honor you. Where are you at right now in the world, by the way?
Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, Canada. Awesome. Okay, he's in the 6 up there. So we're all over the world here. We're reaching all over, all corners of the globe. So we got him in Canada. Armando's in Texas. We got some other guests coming on here shortly. But yeah, there's the love in the chat. Look at this right here. Appreciate each and every single one of you that's giving that out there. Ramsey, you are the man, my friend. Much love to you. We'll talk soon. Okay, brother?
Ciao, bro. Bye.
Peace. Awesome. JoinIman.com. You can go and you can go through the process like Ramsey did right there. Really cool guy, right? And I appreciate all of you. Now, here's the thing. This is the thing. The more love you put out there for other people, the more it seems to come back to you. And we were having a conversation earlier, Iman and I and the boys we call them the boys. We call each other the boys. It makes me feel young. I'm 42. Like, they're closer to my daughter's age than they are to my age. But, man, I feel young around these guys. And we were just talking earlier about all of these different things that we're working on to show, to show up for the customers and to be authentic. And guys like Ramsey who are in the circle understand that and they see that and they recognize that. But on the outside looking in, it's hard to tell the differences. If you only judge books by the covers, then you only buy the books with the nicest covers. And that's not always the book that's going to make the difference in your life. So it's really cool to bring on people like that and to share the love and to hear the message repeatedly from different experiences, different entry points, so on and so forth. JoinIman.com. We do have the bonuses open here. I'm going to answer those questions shortly. We have the fast action bonuses as well. I'm going to read off some more names here. Okay, I was there. Okay, let me go to the next one. I got, Leo, Tara, Anaya, I think I read some of those names already. I see. We're getting the screenshots. Whitney, Rajet, Abdullah, Ryan W., AJ K., Ronnie, Joseph S., Fabi B. See, I don't want to read the full last names because I've heard people say, you read my name out loud and so heard me. Janice V., the Death Clock 6. I will read the weird names that signed up. Aurori, Jose W., Petro C., Dank Canoe B. I'm not making these up. Like Martina, Burley Powder, Past Gunman, Jacked Words 32. I only have one name on the screen with their last name. I will blur it out, but these are from the team. You can see it. These are the people who have signed up at joiniman.com to become ungovernable. I have about 100 more screenshots just like that. Time being, we will get more to those. I want to, though, circle back and answer some more questions here very quickly, just to make sure we can answer questions before the bonuses, or the fast action bonus, I should say, could get pulled away. It's available now, and it will be available once you go to joiniman.com. I do see some of you are still having problems checking out, so I know if that's the case, we can keep extending it, but I do want to get back, and I do want to answer some more questions. This is my favorite thing in the world to do. It is not the most profitable thing that I do in my business. The most profitable thing that I do in my business is I advise clients and partner with clients like Iman, and I only work with a very, very select few of them. So from an optimization of profits, I would do more of that. but this is passion to me. And passion to me is connecting people with ideas whose time has come and connecting them together. And I often find it's the questions that are hard to answer that determine whether you should say no or you should say yes. And they say I'm really good at helping untangle these different contradictive feelings that people have that help them determine if they should invest. Because, by the way, you should always invest. The question is, invest into what? And invest with who, both in money and in time. Dr. Flicks has a question. What do you recommend to do without monetization and those other AI apps shown earlier? That's a fair question. I want you to win before I want anything else. Your money, whatever. Winning, yes. By the way, the more wins you have, the more likely you will do business with us. So it's not just a spiritual thing. It's also a very pragmatic thing as well. I suggest you'd create a minimum viable digital product. Okay, so write that down. Minimum viable digital product. That means the shortest version of a product possible that could solve a pressing problem. That's the first thing. The second thing is point it to a third layer, what they call the unique value zone that Iman talked about earlier. So we want audiences of thousands initially, not audiences of millions. Because guess what happens when you jump up and down in the ocean? Nothing. But what happens when you jump up and down in a puddle? Big splashes occur. There's only a few oceans out there. There are many, 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 many puddles. So get the result. Get moving in the right direction. Make that first sell. And then when the time comes, invest in tools that help accelerate that. Because that's the hardest, most expensive way to do it is only with time. Ask me how I know. I speak from experience. So the hardest way to do it is only with time and with no other alternative. Now, if all you have is time and you have no money, then you have no other option. If you want to be in this business, that's the calling. You either accept it or you plug your ears and you don't answer the phone. But some of you are in a position where you have some money, you have some time, and you don't know what the mixture of time and money should be in your investment. And that is something that we have to figure out. Are these tools worth the value? Are these bonuses? Is this training? Is this coaching? Is this community? Is the challenge framework for the contest, the Monetize Mania, is being on the inside and learning more of the intricacies of WAP and how that works, not just as a platform that you can publish on, but some of the leverage points, because every single platform has little levers that if you pull upon them, they give you massive results. And they are things in marketplaces, like WAP is a marketplace that processes so many orders every single day. And a big secret of money, you want one of the secrets of money that I have, right? Is this. Stand in a place where lots of money is moving and some of it will fall into your pocket. There's the mindset and then there's the setting. Guess which of the two are more important for your success. Believe it or not, initially, setting is more important than mindset. You could have a shitty mindset, but if you're standing in a place where lots of money is moving, some of it will go your way even if you try to repel it. So we want to start there and then work on our mindset along the way. We can use Alchemy of Self. Shout out to VIPs. Shout out to members who joined to help us tune that up. But at first, we would just want to be in the right setting. I want to play poker against really bad poker players versus getting better at poker, because then I'll win money and I don't have to work on myself initially. So you want to put yourself in that environment. So very often you buy your way into those environments by being on the inside. It's not just what you know. It's not just the how of it. It's who. It's the who and the how with the what and the tools. So join Iman.com if that resonates with you. We still have some fast action. We have the fast action bonus on the page still. It is possible to join later, by the way, because Dirk was asking, I get paid on Wednesday evening. Is it possible to join then? 100%. It is possible for as long as that page is open for. I do not know the expiration date exactly off the top of my head, but it's not today, and it's not tomorrow either. Let's cook, boys and girls. We're going to strap in here. I'm going to get hydrated here. So you can certainly join tomorrow. You will get an unbelievably great offer if you join tomorrow. The only thing you will not get if you join tomorrow is the extra coaching specifically from Iman himself. But as you've seen, testimony after testimony, and I'm going to bring on another guest here very shortly, if you've seen that, Iman has a certain amount of influence towards success just by being in his presence. Question to you as I take this sip of water. Have you ever been next to somebody who just made you better by being in proximity? This is called proximity effect. And if you sit there and you think about it, every single one of you can recall a time where being in proximity to someone automatically brought the best out of you. The first time this ever happened to me was with my grandpa. My grandpa, when I was a young boy, 4 or 5 or 6 years old, I would go over, he was in this retirement like community, tiny little apartment, very wise man, and I would just sit there with my grandpa. We would play dominoes, and he would tell me that John Wayne was his cousin. I kid you not. And he gave me life lessons at 5, and just by being next to him, talking to him, I felt more of myself than when I wasn't around him. So when you combine that proximity effect with a plan and with tools and resources, this is the formula of a miracle. People think, oh, it's a miracle, right? Well, a miracle is just a lot of things working in concert together to produce a result that seems impossible until it's not. And so this is just something to consider as well. And so I think it's a very important bonus. And I think for a lot of you, because, I've done this before. I have 151,000 customers in my company in 131 different countries. I know that number because it's very important to me, because these are the amount of souls that I've been able to impact in my career. And that's just in my organization, what to speak of the ones that I now impact by working with Iman. So the idea here, though, is I have worked with so many of you, and very often you let the little things get in the way of the big thing that could be yours. And so for most of you, I know this to be true, that it will make sense for you to sign up sooner, not later. And it would make sense to sign up for you now, which is why I'm hanging out with you answering these questions. But I'll give you game free of charge. You could take everything I give you today and never invest with me, never invest with Iman, and I'll still feel good about it, because service first. Service is the best form of selling that has ever existed. Service is transference, and service doesn't stop when somebody signs up. That's just the first step of service. JoinIman.com if you are ready. All right, let me see. How long is the subscription to monetize? So I believe it is you get access to the full suite of tools for, I believe, an entire year. I think joiniman.com, it's all disclosed. The 90-day sprint, that 90-day monetize mania, that's really important. So you should obviously get in that game. So that's what happens in those 90 days is then the contest is over. Maybe you could be the next Armando, which would be awesome. And then if we're in Dubai again sometime in the future, maybe I'll get to meet you, and maybe you'll get to sit here with Iman and he can give you a watch or whatever crazy prize you will win. So that is a possibility. But also, if you don't hit a certain milestone, and you can see that revenue target at joiniman.com, if you do not hit that, then everything that we ship and update into the program becomes yours free of charge. There was just an announcement. I should have asked this earlier to either Armando or to Ramsey. We just did a whole update push and a couple other really cool bonuses, one of which I cannot mention out loud, but it is an insane bonus that is kind of a surprise. So that was pushed to existing members free of charge. And, and Iman earlier was talking about what he did with existing members and the perks that he did as he was wrapping up his presentation formally here today. So there is a lot of value in that. But yeah, when it comes time to do a serious upgrade, you can invest again or not. Once you have the tools, it's always possible to get the newest iPhone, but I ain't got the newest iPhone. I still got this old thing, right? I still got this version. I don't even know what version it is. Yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? But we need you to get in if it makes sense to get in. JoinIman.com to sign up right now. I think we're going to pull the fast action bonuses off. When I pulled my phone out, I saw a note right here, so I'm going to check on very briefly. Before I do that, though, I would like to bring on, if he's still here, Kuba. So if we can cue that up. Is Tristan? Okay, good. You're back there. Iman's not kidding. Like these guys, and I've been working alongside of them just a little bit of the full experience. We go hard. Every day we start at 1 in the afternoon and we end at 1 a.m. and that's the time together. It's a 12-hour day. What to speak of the time leading up to this. But yeah, if we're ready, I'm ready whenever you are. I'm going to bring on Kuba here. We're going to take him in. Yeah, awesome. And we're going to do a quick interview with Kuba as well. Hey, Kuba, again, good to put the face to the name and the voice because we talked earlier for the first time today, and now we're here live. Where are you calling in from, my friend?
I'm from Poland, Jason. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
in person,
you too.
Finally.
Yeah, me too, man. I love to see it. So Kuba, you joined Monetize last time that we made this available. Is that correct?
Yeah, in May.
In May. What made you decide to join and sign up?
Okay. I was in a moment in my business because I'm running business since 20 years in websites. And that was moment when I felt tired about it and I decided to change something. And that day, Iman's ad just popped up and I saw it. So I decided to come to the live, and that's how I'm joined. Because all of this, when I saw it, I love it.
You knew it was a good deal, and you'd been working really hard in a service business for 20 years. And you
exactly.
wanted to be able to not just have to trade time for dollars. Is that fair to say?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So have you ever created a digital product before you joined Monetize?
No. I learned everything inside Monetize.
Wow. So how did you create your digital product? What was the process once you got into Monetize?
Yeah, I started with all the stuff Monetize gave me. So all the courses and all the tools, I mean, synthesize and so on. But after doing my first digital product, it wasn't enough. And based on the lesson I made, I decided to create one myself without the tools, and it went well. Yeah.
What does well
but
mean?
All the
Can you share numbers?
Yeah. The first month, May, it was 0, but the second month it was about $2K dollars, and the third one was about 4K, and the last month was 50K, so it's growing every month.
Oh my God. You went from 2K to 4K to 50K.
Then 50K, yeah. Exactly.
That's amazing. What do you think attributes to that massive acceleration of sales?
I think the biggest problem on my side was the mindset. I need to open my brain, and it came because of the sessions at Friday in Monetize with Yentl. She opened my mind very, very hard. I was happy to be there, and that made me more open to money, to bigger money. So I offered my existing clients something more expensive, and they bought it.
Wow.
That works.
And it wasn't your service. They bought a digital product, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. What else in Monetize, if anything, has been extremely valuable to you or that you have found useful?
Yeah, all the sessions during the week are extremely valuable because the sales, the design, all the stuff, it's really helpful on every step on the way.
Good. So the training is solid. The coaching is there. Is it everything that you need? Is there anything left out?
I don't think so. I think everything is inside. So you just need to join and let's go. Commitment is very needed.
I love that. Anything else, Kuba? Like you weren't paid to be here today. You decided just to do this because you wanted to share your story. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, exactly. Just to share my story.
Okay,
You
good.
can find
good.
me inside Monetize. If you want to talk with me, just click on the chat and let's have a chat.
There you go. So join Iman.com, and then you will find inside of there Kuba with a K, Kuba. Let's give him some love in the chat. Let's put some hearts with Kuba in the chat here. I appreciate you so much, my friend, for doing this with us here today. And, you know, your story is similar, but not the same as some of the other people's stories. So it gives another perspective, another lens, another way that there's many ways to be successful with this. And you started slow and steady, just like we talk about, couple cells here, couple there. And then, an avalanche starts with a snowflake. And you are a testament to that, my friend. And look at all the love that he's getting in the chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, from Poland. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight, Kuba. And hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Jason.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye.
See you soon. Bye. Incredible. We're going to bring on Sonny here in just a little bit. I want to check back in and I want to see where everybody's at, see if everybody's having the process that we can, anything that we can address on a checkout process. And I'm also just looking in here. All right. Yeah. Let me get some clarification with the team to make sure. But yeah, if you're having any checkout issues, put them in here so we can note that, so I can get an idea, because I can sense it from the team. I'm even feeling it right now. I don't want to be the man that twists people's arms to open things up. I am definitely so pro-customer to a fault, to a detriment, and I will go above and beyond if I need to also chip in and support this. Even if I regret it later, because it's worth it. But I do know that we have to wrap up on the fast action bonuses soon. But let me get some clarification with the team just to make sure that we're okay for a few more minutes. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Awesome. And I do have a whole bunch of questions. Okay, yeah. We are going to bring Armando on. We're going to bring Armando back because I do want to get more into his story as well, some of the emotions behind it. So I'm trying to process things. So earlier when I had Armando come up, I did so quickly because in the back of my mind, as you saw, those fast action bonuses got snapped up very fast. So I wanted to get through his story very quickly, but I do want to come back in and I want to plunge into it some more. I'm not sure if he's available yet. They went to check for me to see if we can bring him back in. In the meantime, I'll answer some quick questions here. And I still got some insights that I want to share with you from my unique perspective and my experience. Even if the bonuses go away, even if the fast action bonus is gone, I'll sit here and spit a little game with you as well. So how long is the program? So the program is always available. The 90-day sprint is what's really important, and that's gamification, my friend. What we discover is if we give finish lines, oh, thank you so much. If we give finish lines, then people can win races easier. If you run a race without a finish line, guess what happens? You never finish the race. And this is one of the reasons why people struggle in business and why they struggle with digital products is because they don't have a deadline. They don't have a finite goal, and they don't have an external stimulus to pull them towards the finish line and ultimately compel the success. So the 90-day sprint is very important from that perspective, but obviously the program goes further than that. I don't know if you caught this, but one of the last bonuses that Iman dropped, and the full details are on joiniman.com, was the coaching, the immersive coaching. And if you listen very closely with some of the people that we brought on, what were they referencing as being valuable to them? Many of them were talking about the coaching. See, the AI, the synthesis AI, it is awesome. It is phenomenal. It is a game changer. It's really cool, and we can demonstrate it, and it's awesome. And that's why it gets a lot of love. Coaching it's hard to explain how good coaching is until you experience it. So the best thing that we can do is give you some of it. So Iman's coaching you today. I've been coaching you today, but also the testimony of other people who have went through the program, who've experienced the coaching. And, there's two levels of coaching. There's people that will put a warm body in front of you and have them read from a script and call that coaching. Unfortunately, there's a lot of that in this business. I hate that with a passion, and I hope you never have to experience that ever again, or hopefully you've never, ever experienced it, period. But a lot of that exists out there. I'm just being straight with you. This is not the case with Iman's team. These coaches are incredibly good because everything is done at the highest level. And this is what success looks like at the highest level. This is why people like Armando, his first rodeo wasn't monetized. I know many of you, your first rodeo is this one because the marketing push that we put out there reached lots of people. Unique impressions alone was over 100 million. I think we're at 200 million souls worldwide that at least saw one of the advertisements. So we reached a lot of people new for the first time. Now, we didn't do that with the last monetize, mind you. We reached a lot of people comparatively to most other marketers out there. But we have to validate. We have to test the ideas. We have to see how valuable the deliverables truly are and measure the results. Do you know what the results were? Do you remember those? 8.9 million. And that's just in the people that used WAP that ran through the 90-day sprint. It actually exceeded that. Here's a little statistic for you. And then I'm also going to bring on Sonny here in a minute or two, and I'm going to answer a couple questions. We could not work this into the presentation. We removed this from the slides today. But if somebody sold one product that went through the program, the average total sales was $60,000. I think it was $60,003 to be precise. I could look it up, and maybe I'll put it on a slide tomorrow. But that was the number. If we could get you to one sell, then that was what the average was for people inside of the system that were going through monetize at the time. That was their total results. Insanity. Wouldn't you agree? And so we just got to get you over the hump. Do I have the capability to create a chatbot in my own WAP? Now, WAP has a lot of cool features that we didn't talk about here today. It is the most intuitive way that I have found to kind of put together awesome resources to create an amazing experience around a digital product. So I'm not going to speak on the exact specifics, but it is the most useful, capable, easy to understand and published platform that I have seen on the market, especially for people starting out. Now, let me take that a step further. It is also the one that makes payment processing the easiest. Therefore, you will make more money if you use it because it can process the payments to you much more efficiently than other platforms that exist out there. So it has that also as a perk. If you are unsure if you signed up and you're afraid to try again just to make sure you get the bonus, then you can reach out to support. When you go to joiniman.com, support should be on there. If not, you can email support@monetize.com, I believe is the URL for that. And if it's not, then I'll get you the URL for the support. Yep. And the investment to get in is going to be the same. We are not going to increase it this go round, just to be very clear with you. We will close the offer in the near future. You can see the details on the page. It will be yanked off. Everything will go away. And then if we launch it again in the future, here's all I can promise you. The first time Monetize 1.0 was launched, it was at a lower price than it is today. The second time Monetize was launched, 2.0, it was a higher price than 1.0. And now we've released the third version, and it is higher still. And I'm proud of that fact, because the investment we put into you with the additional deliverables in 3.0, plus the fact that we know undeniably how effective this program is, it's a diametric raise of price to you compared to the investments that we put in, meaning we put in so much more for the minimum increase, but you got to. You can't keep it the same forever. If it's that good, good things increase with value and age. Wouldn't you agree? That's how everything that is truly valuable works. So the next time this is launched, again, I can't say for sure. It's not my company. I just come here to help. But I would be shocked if it's the same investment as it is today. And of course, you can finance that if you want to. And we'll talk about creative financing here because that's a good lesson regardless of whether you say yes or not today at joiniman.com. But Tristan, can we bring on Sonny? Because he's been so patient, and I appreciate the time that he's spent waiting here with us. And so, okay, cool. We're bringing him on. I'll steal a sip of tea. Sonny, my man.
Yo, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's good to put the face again to the name. We talked very briefly earlier today. Now, here's what I liked about this, Sonny. Like, you didn't just know Iman. You happen to know this old boy, too. Is that right?
I've gone through so many of your videos over and over and over. Like, I'm so grateful on, like, everything you teach and the way you approach it. It's just been so helpful.
I appreciate that, Sonny. Thank you so much. Now you got into Monetize last go around. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you joined in May. What made you want to join?
The main thing is I actually had like a therapy session with my therapist, and he sent me this book. And it reminded me of this other book that Iman had talked about like a couple of years ago when I first saw him. And the book's called Karma Yoga. And when you're trying to change your life.
Oh, did we freeze him up? The wisdom is so profound that the internet could not handle it. I think Sonny's in Bali right now when I was talking to him earlier, so I know he's on a whole different level there. I was in Bali for Thanksgiving last year. It was a fun experience. One of the things about being ungovernable, by the way, is you can go all over the world. Well, bring him back in. Okay, cool. Otherwise, I'll tell him tales of my travel. Okay, you're back. So you read this book, Karma Yoga, and it reminded you of a book that Iman recommended.
Yeah, reality transurfing. So I was like, okay, I need to serve people at a higher level. So I'm going to make this investment.
Okay. So you said, let's go. You joined Monetize. Had you ever put together a digital product before?
Just once. And it was like an accident. It was a fluke. But it helped people. So it worked.
You made some money with it then?
Yeah.
So this wasn't your first rodeo, yet you still joined Monetize even though you had some success with digital products before.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was different once you joined Monetize to help you become even more successful with your digital products?
Right when I completed the purchase, I went back into WAP. I clicked on WAP. I went into Synthesize, put in all my information about everything that I know, and made a digital product. And I started going to, literally, I just watched all the videos in order. And yeah, I took what I knew, and I think I really crystallized what I know. I think a lot of people, my own clients too, they feel like they don't have anything to give to people and help them with. And when you go through the modules, it actually becomes more clear what you can help other people with. And that was really helpful. And just like understanding how something's supposed to be structured in order to help people break their beliefs around accomplishing their own goals. So that was really one of my main reasons for buying.
So you use Synthesize to create your digital product, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. How did it do? Can you share numbers? Is that cool?
Yeah. So interesting thing is I didn't really understand what was going on. This was my own stuff happening, but I did like 27,000, at least in the Monetize itself. I did much more than that outside of the challenge, but yeah, I wasn't paying attention, and like that was a fluke. But like honestly, if you take the time to just go through all of the modules and apply like what you know to help other people with that intention and really try to help someone at a soul level, you can make a lot of money. You can, if you just go into it with that intention, I think it becomes a lot easier.
So I just want to rewind that for a second. You said you made like 20 some $1,000s as a fluke. Like, let's just stop for a second and unpack that a little bit more. What does that mean?
I wasn't really trying. I I have another thing that I was like doing before, and then I was like, oh, I forgot about like out of the long list of all the things that was given, I forgot about the monetize mania. Like for a
Yeah.
month, I forgot about it, and I remembered, and I was like, oh yeah, I should probably like run transactions through here. So I did, and then yeah.
Okay. How are you getting sales? Did you use anything special to make these sales?
I learned what you teach on webinars. I learned a lot of things. Most of it was from you because I do webinars. Like that's my thing. So I would just watch your videos, honestly, and like take notes, run it back every week, improve, and then take my happy clients and help them out with more stuff. And then crystallizing everything again through synthesize made what I was delivering a little bit more tangible as well. And from there, once I had this really tangible outcome that I kept repeatedly getting, which was like helping people grow on socials, I was like, okay, I can repeatedly get this result for a group. And then Iman randomly added the consulting accelerator stuff and the up level stuff. And that was just like incredible because I actually wanted to buy consulting accelerator a long time ago, and it's like no longer available. And then it just boom, one day it's in there, and I was like, shit, like that's exactly the unlock for me. So I started running those plays from that, and everything just like was super buttery.
That's awesome. So you got some unexpected goodies that showed up. And it, you weren't exactly like, this wasn't your main thing. You weren't putting all your energy into it, all your focus into it, but because you made the commitment at least, and you had the resources and tools, you were able to be very successful, and you were on the leaderboard for Monetize. I think you placed 18th in Monetize Mania if I saw that. So I know that there were some extra sales happening on top of that. Any last parting words of advice? Somebody sitting here thinking about joining or not, what would you say to them?
If you feel like you are ready to redirect your attention from the life that you're living into a life where you're accomplishing things that you didn't imagine, I would recommend this because there's so many layers inside of Monetize. It's not just what Iman's teaching, it's also like his whole team, and it's also with consulting.com. And then the whole alchemy of self. I actually did that earlier this year before I got into Monetize, and that alone changed a lot for me. So for those of you who are truly feeling like you want to separate yourself from the life that you're living, this is a really great time on multiple levels, and you probably feel it. And if you don't have the money, find it. If you cannot find it, find it. And you will be grateful that you at least took the time to create something outside of yourself for the people that you don't even know how many lives you could change if you like really try. So I think it'd be worth it. I found it worth it, and my clients find it worth it, and most of the people here too.
Appreciate you, Sonny. Thank you. I know you're all the way over there in Bali. I appreciate you taking the time. Let's give Sonny some love in the chat. Let's put a heart on him. Let's give him the love. And again, I hear you. We're coming from all angles here with successes and from different places. I will give the password to the workbook a little bit later. I saw somebody in the chat mention that as well. But no, Sonny, I appreciate you being out here out of the goodness of your heart. We just asked you if you'd come on and speak on it, and you did. So we're going to give you the love. We're dropping in the chats there as well with the hearts. I love that. Nice.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Talk soon, my friend.
Thank you. Talk soon.
Thank you. All right. JoinIman.com. Here's the deal. it's 11:38 p.m. Bali time. Bali's on a whole different world. It's 11:38 p.m. Dubai time. It's getting late. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an executive decision. And unless it gets overruled, because I ain't the boss, I'm going to say midnight my time, meaning 21 minutes. We're going to call the ball on the fast action bonuses. We're going to I'll spend a little bit more time with you beyond that, because I see there's just a lot of really interesting things happening that I want to give my 2 cents on, because I've been around this block a few times. I know the cracks and the crevices. I want to shout out a couple more people, and then I want to dig back into the questions. I do want to bring Armando back in earlier because I ran through his story, and I want to dig a little bit deeper on that. But I want to give it a shout out to Mike R, Fiona Z, Zeds, Martin T, Stefani. These are all some of the people that signed up and have become ungovernable, or took the first step to it at least. Burley Powder signing up. Past Gunman, that's an interesting one, signed up. Path to Wellness is signed up. Robert S. Jr. is signed up. Roberto C. Sinu, Handsome Bautista. Yep. Vincent, Luke T. Antonio K. Jihad A. Corey R, Tatavas, Jonathan C, C&G, Mike C, Tasty Gaining, Lana H. Shout out to all of you. We got more. We got lots more. We got a couple thousand. I won't tell you how many, but we've definitely exceeded the number in the fax action that we had planned for initially. So I appreciate you hanging in there with us in working through some of these checkout issues. Now, by the way, I don't expect you to ever have that. Things break when you put them through a stressful environment. Sometimes that's a good thing, by the way. You can break a limiting belief very effectively if you put it in an environment where it can no longer exist, and your limiting beliefs are keeping you stuck at the level of income that you're currently experiencing. But when you're starting off, it runs a lot smoother because you're not putting so much stress to it, and then you scale it up over time. And it's different. And you've seen from different individuals here their experience with it as well. I know some of you were like, well, where are the ladies at? We have lots of ladies in there. This is a random drawing in the way that we pick these things. This isn't like 4D chess where we're moving the pieces down the board and we're selecting different individuals just to fill in different demographics and all that kind of stuff. Let me get back to the questions. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, right? You will be able to invest in this in the future. You don't have to invest in this right now. It is available for the next couple of days, I believe. Go to joiniman.com. You'll see the countdown timer there. But if it makes sense, it makes sense. If you have to talk to somebody, talk to somebody. Missing a bonus isn't something that should stop you from saying yes if it makes sense for you to say yes. So if you do have to talk to somebody, or if you have to wait for an event to happen in order for you to sign up, we'll take you how we can get you. We'll be happy to put you on the bus, as I say, and join you into Monetize Land. Some of you are asking about Monetize versus Monetize Pro, right? Monetize Pro is an optional upgrade because some people like to stack the deck even further, and they're in the fortunate position monetarily where that's easy for them to make that decision. It is not required. You can do very well without it. Just Monetize alone is incredibly effective and sufficient. And it has such valuable tools and coaching that are inside of it. But you can take the upgrade if you want to as well. But that's totally up to you. That's totally optional. What's important is you have the vehicle. Once you have the vehicle, if you want to put something extra on the tires, or if you want to put something extra inside the vehicle to shoosh it up a little bit, you totally can. But more important is having a vehicle than not having a vehicle. Japman, that's his name. I'm just reading it. It says, hi, I'm Japman from Malaysia. It's 3:39 a.m. here, and I'm watching the live stream while working, and I have joined Monetize. Yeah, I like that, man. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you to the team for clipping that and putting that in there. That gets me excited. I appreciate that. Somebody else asked, they're like, I've joined, I've signed up, should I stay here? And the answer is maybe. Some people love to then celebrate after they sign up, and we have fun together, and we kind of kick back and have a good time. But you don't need to be here if you've already signed up. You can dig into it immediately if you wish to. It's up to you. I will tell you one thing, though, for sure. This is not a sprint. It is okay to take your time. A little progress repeated daily is the secret to major success. Compounding is the eighth wonder of the world. This is what Albert Einstein said. So if you can compound your results over time, that's how you can get a bunch of little results, and then it leads to a massive result. And so if you burn yourself out too early, that doesn't play either. So you want to be consistent in the application. That is the most successful principle that I can wave across the board, no matter who it is. And I can say, what is the one thing that is true for everybody when it comes to success? And the answer to that is consistency. Consistently showing up day in and day out, making small, tiny, micro improvements and moving forward. That is the actual name of the game. Now, when you have tools like Synthesize, it makes it so much easier to take those steps forward. When you have tools like Ghostwriter, it makes it insanely easier to take those steps forward. In the peanut gallery, because I know some of y'all are out there, some of you be like, well, oh my God, anybody who sells any tool, that's something that's crazy. How dare they ask you to make an investment and to invest in resources, in tools, and coaching? I don't try to convince them. They have their mind made up, right? But for those of you who may hear those things put out there, I find that always very preposterous, because the people that will make those suggestions will type them from devices that they've invested in, sitting on chairs that they purchased, wearing clothes that they spent money on, and they don't see the cognitive dissonance between those statements, right? We invest in things that we find useful to us, and we invest in things that are within our means. And by the way, if this is not within your means, do not invest in it. Let me say that again. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the new signups that Arthur just sent me. He sent me a whole new batch of them. If this is not within your means, do not invest in this, okay? But let's make sure we understand what that means. If financing is there and you qualify and it makes sense for you and you want to do it, you can totally take that, right? If it's a stretch, but you're excited to be part of it, and you have like a brother, like Armando did earlier, or somebody else that you want to partner with and help share the investment, and that makes sense to you and you feel good about that, and so does the other person, then you can move forward. This is what we call creative financing, right? So in those areas, for sure. But man, if this puts too much stress on you financially, do not sign up for this. I'm just going to be very straight up with you. Take the game that we've given you for free and go forward with it. Just make a commitment to yourself that when something like this shows up again in the future, be it from Iman and me or be it from somebody else, and it checks the boxes, don't find yourself in that unfortunate position. Don't let the past repeat itself. Don't let the present repeat itself again in the future. Do whatever you can to be in a situation where you can have choices, so then you can make investments that make sense to you, all right? Now, there's a difference between, and I do this even myself. Some of this is psychological. It has nothing to do with how much money you actually have. There are many times in my life where I drag my feet to spend money on stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to spend money on it. You know, it's like, I'll try to do it without spending any money on it. And my wife has been a blessing in this. She's helped me correct some of these areas in which I've been cheap. And sometimes cheap is the most expensive thing that you can be. So, you know, I'm very cheap on certain things that actually don't serve me. And she helps me and she points that out to me and she makes me aware of those things. And since she has made me aware of them, any investment that I've made that has made sense, where initially I was like, I don't know if I want to spend my money on this, 100% of the time with her judgment, I have always been very grateful for it. Otherwise, I would be in a studio, not like this. My wife built me out a whole new studio for my home office in Brentwood. I would still be in the cheapest, tackiest looking studio you've ever seen, because I'd be like, I don't want to spend money on this. And it costs me more money by being cheap than investing in myself ever has. So that's just some food for thought for you there at joiniman.com. Awesome. Hizuko says, I did it. I trusted Allah and paid. I joined because I am ready for a change. We welcome you. Welcome to the first step for being ungovernable. Ungovernable means that you get to live the life by your design, not by somebody else's design. Mary M says, my English is not perfect, actually. Can this be useful to me? First of all, not bad English, just on your comment right there. Second of all, shout out to my boy earlier, Kuba here. Kuba was from Poland. English wasn't his first language. We have many other people that are similar. I would suggest in the past, because I've been teaching digital product creation since 2008, believe it or not. And I would even suggest in the past that English as a second language is not an actual major issue. It isn't in reality. But I know a lot of people in the past would hesitate because of that reason. With AI, that is no longer a thing. The AI will smooth out anything that you are concerned about when it comes to English as a second language. Now, obviously, you have to understand the instruction, but it's not that difficult to understand. Okay, cool. I'm getting a message here. Good thing I had that out because I didn't see it on my WhatsApp. Let me see what we're going here. Okay, cool. We're gonna bring Armando up. Okay, it's 11:49 p.m. right now. I'm gonna push the fast action bonuses till midnight. We're pulling them off at midnight. Midnight, they will be gone. I have 10,536 people here. By the way, and I say this to Iman all the time, he can tell you I'm like a broken record. I always say to them, I go, we do it for the few people that stay the longest, not the majority of people who show up and leave the earliest. So we don't do it for the masses. We do it for the few souls that are willing to hang in there and spend the time with us. And so I will spend a little bit more time with you even after the fast action bonuses are up. I have a driver waiting for me, ready to take me back when we're done here, and it's late. We have a whole team here of people that are surrounded with us as well, so I do want to be respectful to them. But I will push the limit past even when we take the fast action bonuses out, and I will run through every question at least that my team has flagged on here as the most important questions, answer those as well, give you a little bit of insight from my perspective, having had the experience of selling in all sorts of environments, all sorts of different kinds of digital products. There isn't a story that somebody can't bring up where I wasn't either there firsthand or I didn't influence it secondhand. That's how far I go back in this game. I always laugh because by the time I figured it out, I was too exhausted to take it to the next level. And then people like Iman can come in. They can benefit from the wisdom of old pioneers like me, and they take it to new heights that I never thought were even possible. So it's not even necessarily any experience that you've ever had in this business. I just realized I didn't tell Max to bring him up. Okay, cool. This is the benefit of being live. Shout out to all the VIPs, by the way. I've understood some of the subtleness of Iman. I'm married to an Eastern European woman, so the emotions are there, but you pick up on them very subtly. So I've always found Iman to actually be very expressive, but I could pick up on some of the subtler nuances of what that expression looked like. But I have never seen him so outwardly proud and so visible and so just excited as he was for the VIPs. Y'all just made his whole year, I think, and I love to see it. I'm a pretty expressive guy. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but it's a good dynamic because I am very expressive. I am fully Americanized, and I've always been that way ever since I was young, and I used to rap in front of people. Don't ask me. I will not rap for you anymore. That was a different lifetime ago. But seeing that was just really cool. And I'm glad that we all were able to participate in that and make that happen. JoinIman.com. If you want to go there, you want to sign up, we can continue moving forward on this. Habib, thank you. He says, thank you for the transparency. What's the bonuses if we join today, Bassir? Good question. If I had more time, I would be more than happy to pull that slide deck up, run through that stack again. That's one of my favorite things to do in the world. You get this, and you get that, and you get this, but we just don't have the time here today. So the best thing you can do, you can go to joiniman.com, look at that page, and it will have everything laid out to you right in front of you of everything that you get. If you don't sign up today, if you missed the fast action bonus, you can swing back and watch the YouTube video that we're going to publish as soon as we sign off here today. And then you can run it back and watch it that way. And then you can go to joiniman.com and sign up. My man, Armando. Oh, Oh, good to see you again, man. Good to see you again. Here, have my chair.
All right,
There is a chair right there, no? Yeah, I'll take this chair. All right, brother.
How we doing, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for coming back, by the way.
Yes, sir.
I was telling everybody because we had this fast action bonuses earlier. I just kind of, we did everything we could to walk through it with you in the story, but I kind of wanted to revisit again. A lot of people were asking about it too. Let's get a little bit deeper into the emotions, right?
Let's go, man.
Let's go, man. So you're 18 years old. You're working construction. You mentioned earlier that you pretty much didn't have any money to your name. Am I embellishing it or am I getting it right?
No, you're right. You're right on.
Okay. What does that feel like? So the last time I was broke was 19 years ago. So I've been there, but I don't remember it like you do probably because you're talking a year and a half ago, right?
Correct.
So tell us what that's like.
I mean, dude, mainly it's just, coming from a Hispanic background, all we know is working construction day to day. And mainly it was just seeing my dad, it wasn't so much me. I knew I was going to push through, didn't know how I was going to make it happen. But main thing was just seeing my dad wake up every day, Work, not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Bills on the table, my parents argue about bills. And just me being helpless, I was trying to make something happen with her construction. I was trying to do something about it until I came across the opportunity. And that was the tipping point of my life, man. Tipping point.
So what was your dad doing for a living?
Construction.
Oh, he was construction
$30,000 annually.
Damn.
Annually, dude.
In Texas.
In Texas.
In
Family
Houston.
of 9. Yeah.
Okay, so that ain't paying the bills.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you had to take it on you to help out?
Yeah. I felt like it was up to me. I had to make the decision whether I was going to change the trajectory of my family or just follow the same path, just working regular construction, staying comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even call that comfortable, man.
Well,
it's amazing what you can get used to, but that doesn't mean it's comfortable. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
All right, so you start to move. Let's talk about what it was like when you started making that first money. When did you know it was real?
My first sale, my first client. Yeah, my first sale ever. First sale ever was like when I was like, dude, like, I always seen people post the wins, post the money, but I'm like, I was like in the same, not to see it to believe it. And then that first sale, I'll never forget it, dude. I was jumping up and down. I was like, it's real. Like
where were you at?
I was in my room.
Okay.
I was literally sharing a room with my brother from 0 to like 30K a month, sharing a room with my brother. And yeah, that first sale, dude, I'll never forget it. It was the best. Yeah, I was jumping up and down.
What did you do after you made your first sale?
Dude, I went to tell my mom. I told my dad. I was like, Mom, it works. Dad, it works. Look, they were kind of like, they didn't really understand it at the time. But I knew that I was so proud. I was like, no way. Like, we're actually making it work. I was like, I just, that really pushed me, like, put that fire in me to keep going and going and going.
And your brother, like, he helped finance you initially.
Correct. And now he's my business partner.
Now he's your business partner. I bet it felt really good to be able to pay him back.
Oh, dude. So recently I gave him the whole business bank account and the entire business, actually, my marketing side of business, to go all into what we learned and monetize. Gave him the entire business. January, he was a welder, actually. So he was following the same path. He was a welder. And in January, told him to quit the business and go all in with me. We went everything half and half. And then right now he took over the business now.
Dang.
So it's sick. Now I got to travel with him in February. Things that, like right now it's a regular Monday. We're in Dubai, like something like that, it's to me, like now it's like, it still feels crazy, I mean, you get used to it after a while, but it's like, dude, it's a random Monday. All my friends are in college and I'm here
in Dubai.
Sitting,
Yeah. Crazy. Let's talk about buying your dad the truck. What made you want to do that?
Dude, so like, my dad earning those $30,000 annually, wasn't really making a lot of money. And he drove this 1999 Mustang, scratched up, beat up. He never bought nothing for himself. He always put the family first. He got us a house. He never worried about the materialistic things, but I would see him. There was one day he was going to work. It was literally cold, like cold. It was like really cold in Texas. It was wintertime. And then the window in the car, since it was so old, it wasn't working. So I had to see him drive off to work, freezing cold, just because he didn't have a new vehicle. And it put it into my perspective, like, I have to do something about it. And then just a random week, I was like, you know what? This is the week I buy my dad the truck. His birthday was coming up. Went to the car dealership. He wanted I knew the exact truck he wanted because he wanted to get one for my brother-in-law. Looked at it, called the dealership, showed up, got the paperwork done. Dude, drove home. There was even when I bought my McLaren, there's no better feeling than that. Dad, here it is, it's yours.
So you pull it up like walk me through the time that happened. You pull up in the driveway. You say, "Yo, Dad, come out here." Like, what's the story?
No, I'm telling him. I was like, Dad, something. I was telling my mom, keep him up, because he literally just got out of work. He had just gotten out of work, and I was like, Mom, keep him up, tell him that something's happening. You know, that something happened, and my dad was like all worried, like, oh, like, you know, he comes out, and then I tell my brother to just roll up with it. We have the big bow on it, and I'm like, Dad.
Nice.
And I was like, dude, I started tearing up before I could even speak a word. I was like, here's the truck. Here's for you. You know, as a Hispanic, at least to me, I'm pretty sure to everyone out there watching this, you know, that's our dream. You know, be able to take care of our parents. I was just like, Dad, here's your new truck. And my dad couldn't believe it. Like he couldn't believe it for a second. We took it for a drive, and dude, yeah, I got to record all that. But yeah, it was insane, dude.
It's insane. And then you're casually dropping the McLaren. And tell us about that. What made you want to go out and buy a fancy, smooth ass vehicle?
Man, honestly, just as a kid growing up, I always wanted a McLaren. So I don't know, for some reason McLaren's always stuck out to me. And there's always like that one thing that like only like super high end people or like super smart people. Dude, I graduated with a 1.8 GPA.
Damn.
I'm not the smartest in the room, right? But you know, I always seen all these people have the cars. I was like, why can't I do it? And you know, when business started taking off, I was like, you know, and I wrote it on my 2025 goals: retire my dad, pay off their house, buy a McLaren, buy my office, and move out. And the last thing was the McLaren. Nice. And then what made me pull the trigger, my McLaren is purple. It matches the monetized logo. And I made the earnings. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I didn't get to win it, but I'll buy my own. And I went, pulled the trigger, bought it. And that car, man, yeah. I feel like there's no other thing. You know, being 19, driving around a supercar, there's no better feeling than that, dude.
That's insane.
No better feeling than that.
I mean, we're getting a lot of questions here. We get a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I should join or not. We're getting people that saying money's incredibly tight. A lot of people are concerned about just not feeling worthy enough or capable enough. From your perspective, can you talk about that? Like, what would you say to people in that situation?
I would say, man, I mean, you can make I mean, there's always going to be something. There's never the right time to start. I started in the worst time I could have. Very little money to my name. You know, there's never going to be that, oh, it's the exact time to start. The perfect time to start was yesterday, right? And if nothing changes, nothing changes. That's the way I look at it. I mean, look at me. Take me for an example. I'm not the smartest guy ever. I was raised by immigrant parents, graduated with a 1.8 GPA. You know, I didn't know how to use a laptop. I literally had to search up how to use a laptop when I got started. And this month we're about to make $250,000.
It's insane.
We're in Dubai, dude. Gift in the hand.
You got that special. Yeah, you can't even buy Rolexes anymore. It's not even a money thing. You got to know somebody in order to go into those. Yeah.
So I would say, man, just, you know, you can make excuses or you can make things happen. I've always said that, you know. Yeah. You can sit back and blame all the external. And that's one thing that Iman taught in the mindset module, which I never forget. You can blame the external or you can take it upon you to make the decision and make things happen, you know.
Now, obviously, that makes sense, but there's a lot of other people you know, a lot of other kids your age, a lot of other people that you run with, and they don't have what you have, or they didn't make the choice that you made. What do you think makes you different?
Honestly, man, I would say...
And make sure to talk into the mic, too.
Yeah, I would honestly say is my... I mean, just where I come from, I would honestly say, you know, I had a lot of reasons to push for what I want, and that's another thing, you know, whenever you get started into this journey, have your reasons why. You know, my reasons why were my parents, taking care of them, seeing them struggle. You know, they set me up better than they were set up, and now it's up to me, you know, whether all the other sacrifices were going to be in vain or I made something out of it, you know. And that has been the best, you know. I mean, other people, I mean, I mean, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with working a regular 9 to 5. There's nothing wrong with it if that's the life you want to live. But I personally think that's very selfish because I look forward to my kids. You know, outside of money, there's time. And that's what, you know, you never can buy back with no sort of money. So to me, it was like, you know, growing up, my parents weren't able to be there. You know, I would see people come to, you know, when I was in elementary school, dropping off lunch bags to their kids, things like that. You know, sometimes I only wanted that. I didn't even want a toy. I just wanted to see my parents during those certain times when I would go practice sports, see them cheer on for me. But, you know, unfortunately, because of financial situations, they couldn't attend. So, you know, it would be selfish for me to enjoy these young years. Obviously, I can go enjoy young years, live the regular life my friends are living, or I can work right now so my kids don't have to, you know, struggle later on. Because at the end of the day, when you look back, you know, at least this is my saying is when I have my son, And my son, I want him to look up to me. If I would hate for my son to look up to another man and be like, I want to be like him. You know, I want to be the role model for my kids. I want to be there for my kids, not just financially. Anyone can be there financially. I want to be there physically, emotionally, throughout everything, you know? So that's why I really push so hard. I don't want to be selfish right now. And I feel like my mindset, I learned a lot from Iman through my mindset and just building that up, you know?
Damn, you said it. You got your head on straight, man. You got your priorities correct, right?
Sure, yeah,
Before you
man.
buy the McLaren, you take care of the family.
100%. Yeah. Before that, took care of bills, bought a couple properties, did my things before I wanted to, you know, go out and drive around in a sports car for sure.
I mean, anything else that you think would be helpful to somebody? Like, it's hard to capture the moments that make everything change. So the moments of despair, did you ever feel like you weren't enough?
Yeah, definitely, dude. I mean, in school, all my teachers they're like, oh, if you don't sign up to college, you're not gonna be nothing. I mean, I graduated with a 1.8 GPA. Wasn't the smartest in school. I mean, I was never the most technical guy. I was working with my bare hands, shoveling dirt, working construction. Wasn't the I didn't have the brightest future set aside for myself. But one thing I will say, I've always made decisions quick. That's one thing, whether it was good or bad. But you know, I wouldn't say take a risk, but always, you know, wanted to see what's on the other side. So, I mean, I wasn't the smartest, but whenever Agency Accelerator, when that first program came by, made the investment. I mean, I didn't have the most money. I was like, so what? Let's see what's on the other side. Worst case scenario, I end up working a regular job, the same path I was headed. Best case scenario, I end up where I'm at right now.
Yeah, you buy the program. If it works or doesn't, you know, if it doesn't work, you work construction still, right? Your day-to-day doesn't really change just because you made an investment in yourself.
Correct. I was just continuing my same path. But it would suck later on, you know, later on in life just with that what if. What if I made it work? What if I made the investment? What would my life look like right now? That's the way I want to make sure I never live life with no regrets, you know?
Hell yeah. I'm going to have my team see if there's any questions that they can put in here. So team, for Armando, if anybody's asking him questions or wants to ask him questions right now, put them into the chat as well. JoinIman.com. If you see that fast action bonus on that page and they haven't pulled it yet, because I'm just mentioning it now, it's fair game. So we have the checkout process connected to that, and we know when that page changes, then the fulfillment on the fulfillment side switches off the fulfillment from that as well. So you can still get in there. There may be a minute or two. It may be gone. I don't know because I just made the announcement now because we're at 12:05 a.m. You're a legend by being here as well. So we will look for some questions. I'll put them in here until we get those, Armando, because I know there's a little bit of delay between us being live and them being out there as well. What are some of the unexpected consequences of success that you've experienced that you didn't expect to happen, but you were grateful when they occurred? Does anything come to mind?
I mean, dude, I would say the freedom. I would say the freedom more than anything. The freedom financially and locationally, you know, like, I mean, this week we've done some pretty good numbers, you know, really. I'm not saying this to put it out there, but like what my dad typically would work for in a year, I've made it in a week, and I'm out here traveling. It's my first time out of the country, matter of fact, you know, it's my first time out of the country, Greece, Dubai. And I mean, compared to anything else, dude, it's just, you know, I would have to be physically there working a job to earn $1. Now, just being able to travel and make money is like, sometimes it seems unreal. Going out to places, I mean, obviously I'm financially smart, but not necessarily like worrying about prices, things like that, making sure parents are taken care of, and then just everyone around me. I know I can be there financially for them, you know, if anything happens. I'm just building a future for my kids. I mean, yeah, it doesn't get better than that, man. It doesn't get better than that. And I would say, I mean, a lot of people, like, I would say, especially where I come from, a lot of people make excuses about where they come from, where they started. Oh, you were set off already, or this. You know, my parents immigrated to this country, didn't have much of anything, dude. I was sharing, literally when I bought the program, I was sharing a room with my brother. Kid you not, I had about this much space to work. Flip the desk around, work sideways, never made an excuse. You can make excuses or you can make things happen. You know, like literally growing up, it wasn't the smoothest. It wasn't the, you know, if there's anyone watching out there, you know, the Hispanic culture was a little bit rough growing up, dude. You know, didn't have everything financially, but you know, I made the change for my future kids.
Now, let's circle back to your dad for a second, because I hear something in you, and I see this a lot. He's a good man, works
Correct.
hard for his family, does whatever he can to provide, right?
Correct.
but despite being a good person, somebody who takes care of his family as he knows how, still wasn't enough to get you guys taken care of financially. Right?
Correct.
It's not just enough to be sincere, to be kind, to be caring, to put the work in place, right?
It's not.
It's not enough. You need something else.
Correct.
What could you give somebody if you could pull it out of you and install it into them? Besides everything else we talked about, what else could you transfer to somebody? Because when I see you, young man, I see somebody who is different, not because like you can do something somebody else can't, but you've switched a switch inside that somebody doesn't even know exists yet. And if they knew it exists, I know they can switch it too, right? So how certain are you now that if you lost everything, you could do it over again?
The snap of fingers. I know I could run up. If I lost it all right now, and I've told this to people, I've lost everything right now. Right exactly now. In the next 3 months, I'll be back at 6 figures a month. No doubt about it. No doubt in my mind that I can start all over again from scratch. And I've learned some of the most valuable skills. And one thing that I can give to people right here, right now, is limiting beliefs.
Okay.
Kill those limiting beliefs, because that is what's holding you back. For something new to come, something old must go. So if you keep, I had the limiting belief that it was almost impossible to make money online. I eliminated that, and now my new belief is, yes, I can make money online. I can make hundreds of thousands online. So limiting beliefs, you have to kill those limiting beliefs. For something for something new to come, something old must go. And yeah, man, just the mindset. I would say the mindset, because a lot of people have a lot of limiting beliefs. They surround themselves, and I would say it's also by who you're surrounded with.
Yep.
I would where my surroundings no one believed in online money. I'm the only one probably from my city where I'm from to really take off with this. And it's because you're surrounded by that. But it seems a little bit unreal when you see it across the screen. I know everyone watching across the screen, it doesn't seem so real, but I'm literally living proof of it, literally living proof of it, man.
Yeah, and you see them inside of the community too. You're not the only one.
No, yeah. There's a lot of people winning. I mean, I've got outside of that, the skills that I've taken. That's what I wanted to get to right there. The skills, dude. The skill sets. No one will overtake that from you. That's one of the most things that I have in my arsenal is my skill set. So like you were saying, if I lost it all, my skills will save me. I know I can start up anything all over again because of the skill sets that I've learned. And that's the biggest thing that I feel that I've taken away from both Agency Accelerator, both from Monetize. It's just the skill sets that I've built.
Yeah, and you can lose the money, but you don't lose the skill.
You don't lose what you have up here, man. That is very true.
Armando, I appreciate you so much. I know we got to wrap and it's late, my friend.
I know,
Thank
man.
you so much. Blessings to you.
Blessings to everyone.
God. The story is compelling when you hear it, but it's not as uncommon as you think because, again, we see it from a different perspective because we have done this so many times with so many people. And really, a lot of it is between the ears. So a big part of the value that we provide with these bonuses and these resources, they are to make you feel more comfortable, to not take a giant leap into the unknown, but to take a small step forward and to start to see progress. If that resonates with you, joiniman.com. I'm going to come back and I'm going to answer some questions, and then we're going to wrap up here tonight because I got a lot of people that worked really hard that have given everything that they have, and they're all waiting for me now. So I could go all night. We got a day tomorrow, too. Day 2 is the middle of the 3-day challenge, and we got some cool stuff for the VIPs tomorrow. I cannot wait. We took a gamble on what we did today, and it paid off. But here's the thing. Is it really a gamble, or is it a calculated risk? If it doesn't have much downside and it has infinite upside, I think you take that bet every single day of the week. We have 3 guarantees backing you here today. A triple guarantee of protection when you go to joiniman.com. We have all the resources. We have the software. We have the AI. Somebody asked this question earlier, and I'll answer it right now. What power synthesize? So it is no secret that there are some amazing companies like OpenAI that have created the electricity version of AI. You're not going to compete with somebody who's poured $20 billion into the backbone, what we call infrastructure, right? However, when you tap into that infrastructure and you channel it and you put the right parameters around it and you put the right boundaries around it, then you turn generalized AI technology into super grade, specialized AI effectiveness that nobody else can get, whether you're tapping into the open AI's back infrastructure API or Gemini's at Google or any of the above. By the way, do you know that none of those companies make any money right now? All of them are losing billions of dollars. And there's a reason why, because they're investing in a technology in the future. Now, when we tap into that general source of AI technology, we pay a lot of money for that too. I know everybody thinks AI is cheap just because it's sold cheaply in generalized format, but it isn't. But because we've made the deals that we made, you are tapping into the system without having to pay the limits, because Iman has already paid them for you, so you get a full year usage of these two AI tools. I'll let you in on a little bit more secret when it comes to AI. We couldn't put this on a presentation. I wouldn't share it with the normies, but because you're here, you're 8,926 left. We had at peak somewhere around 54,000 here today. I get excited that there's still 8,000 people here. And I'm gonna hang with you tomorrow too. I might mess around and try to force a bonus day where I might come in and do a training. I can't promise that, but I'll try to influence that. I'm a pretty influential guy. But nonetheless, right? What I have discovered independently, which is cool because great minds think alike, because Iman and his team discovered the same thing. AI becomes more effective when you put boundaries around it and you only allow it to operate within a certain set of parameters. If it's everything to everyone, then it's nothing useful to specific circumstances. And this is what we're discovering with specialized AI. Now, here's where it gets even more exciting. There are certain things inside of AI that if you add to it that's proprietary, that you've discovered or that you've invented, certain special insights, and you combine that with the parameters of channeling the AI, that's when you get phenomenal results. That's when it's insane. And that's what we have here. We have taken a general AI, we put parameters around it, and we say only do stuff related to creating the highest quality, most effective, easiest to distribute digital products out there. That's step number one. And then step number two is sprinkle in these secrets that Iman knows, having sold 9 figures of digital products, and that he taps into by having my knowledge base of $250 million worth of digital products, and having other experts help engineer that and putting in the proprietary information. Because, for example, if you ask general AI, do a presentation like Jason Fladlin does. It will tell you confidently how it thinks Jason Fladlin presents, and it will be completely wrong, and I would never want you to follow that. But if you came and you were trained only on an AI that allowed parameters to tap into my special knowledge, plus structure that we put around it to channel the AI, then you would have superpower in your hands. So it's subtraction, not addition. We remove the unnecessary components of AI, and then we force it through a specific set of sequences that nobody else knows about, who doesn't have these types of experiences that we have. And there comes synthesized AI. There comes Ghostwriter AI. Isn't it interesting that we have 2 of them? We don't have one AI program. We have dos. We have 2 AI programs because we're practicing what we preach. You need specialized AI. So we have special AI to create the product, and we have special AI to go and attract people that are the right buyers for those products. And we've proven it time and time again that it works. And that's just the AI stuff. Then you have the coaching. Then you have the product policy that we have, in fact, in there that is insured. On top of that, I got an extra special guest coming in here right now. Iman, how's it going, man? I'm playing musical chairs here. I was just getting ready to wrap up. I'm so glad you came back.
Ready to wrap up?
Yeah, we could go longer. I would be more than happy to. I know we're working the guys to death downstairs, though.
Bro, big day. Need some caffeine.
Mm-hmm. I was just preaching about specialized AI. Yeah, you know me. I'm very opinionated on the subject.
Amazing. So, yeah, what's been going on?
Well, I mean, Armando was just fantastic. It was almost too good. It's so funny. When he says all the things that just land, you either have to conclude this guy is the best coached setup in the whole game, or it's just sincerely coming from the heart. And I think everybody can see that it was coming straight up from the heart. I never knew Armando before. I just met him when he came in really like 30 minutes before I came up here and joined, but this was phenomenal. And then
Right, he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
He's a really, really good guy. Good, pure heart. Yeah, I was just chatting with him. We're just crossing paths. I was dealing with a lot of the chaos that you caused by keeping it open. But yeah, just been chatting with the team and whatnot. So we crossed paths, and obviously we're gonna see him. Get a chance to spend a lot more time with him in New York at the WAP offices, at the Monetize Mania Mastermind. But yeah, man, just there's certain people that are just good people. He's just a good. He's just a good dude. So yeah, W's in the chat for Armando.
Yeah, I was moved by his story. It reminded him of my story, which probably is similar. I know it's similar to your story too, Iman. Like, all of us came from just poverty and lack, and surrounded by people that certainly didn't have a vision for a brighter future, right? If I get a train one day, if we open up another day and do a bonus, I can talk about my story. I know your story really well too.
Your story is crazy.
Yeah.
It's and what's crazy is I don't know, maybe if it's like a coping mechanism or something, but because obviously I've seen your podcasts, and before we even met, a lot of people don't know, but Jason like truly is one of the GOATs in this industry. You're just kind of behind the scenes, which is actually one of the things that we're going to be talking about one of these days, because sometimes you can make a lot of money in the shadows. Yeah. I said, which we might be talking about one of these days. But all of that to say that it's interesting when I see some of your podcasts, you're very unemotional about some of the things that you've been through, even though they're very traumatic and very intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you work through them, and then you can kind of disconnect from them. They don't have to define who you are. They can help you shape who you are without defining it. But my theory on this, Iman, and this is interesting, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, is like, working hard is laughably easy compared to the challenges that we face growing up, right? I think for regular folks who've had a pretty cushy life, they're like, yeah, I don't want to focus on something. I don't want to try to pull more out of myself, because that's really painful. But man, when you go through the ringer, when you get just smashed emotionally and you grow up in an environment that feels incredibly unsafe, you're like, hey, building a business is fucking easy comparatively between the two, right? Like, it doesn't feel that hard because the suffering that you're already going through is infinitely harder than the suffering that it requires for you to stretch outside of a comfort zone and to learn a new skill set. So that's kind of my pet theory on it. I think that's why a lot of us share that similarity. We don't let the challenges that we face define who we are. We actually leverage the challenges to get more results. But I'll tell you the other commonality that I had, and I want to know more about you if you had this as well. I always knew that inside of me there was something powerful that if I brought it out would just be, it would take me to places that other people would think are impossible. There was always at least a small part of me that knew that I had more in me than was showing up. So I had a belief that I could be greater, even though there was nothing in my life that supported that belief. It was somewhat irrational, but I always felt like I could be more, do more, be capable, provide for others who couldn't provide for me, and I would provide for them. I don't know if any of that resonates with you, or you had a similar experience.
Yeah, 100%. I think first things first, if you guys come from a background or a situation where you've had, I think like there's actually this perfect spectrum where you have to have gone through a lot of trauma in your childhood, but just not too much that like tips you over the edge. Because there's that like last 5% that sends you so far. And sometimes the people that go so far this way, like you just need to bring them back like 5%, and you put them back into like there's hope zone. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize that like that trauma is really what fuels you. And that trauma is really like, it becomes your biggest superpower. Because as you said, like when you go through business and you're like, you go through doubt and you're like, okay, well, growing up, I had doubt every single day of the week. I had doubt, maybe your doubt was financially. Maybe your doubt was, for a lot of parents, coming from broken families and broken homes, for me personally, like I have had 20, I was going to say, I forget sometimes. My age, sometimes I generally forget my age. I feel like such a...
You're an old soul.
Yeah, I'm an old soul, and then I actually feel like in our space, like even though I'm only 25, I feel like an uncle because I'm always trying to help out people in our industry and tell them to have a good head on their shoulders and try to keep their feet on the ground, stay humble, but also dream big, XYZ, all that. But anyways, all that to say, listen, I've had 25 birthdays and I have had approximately 0 phone calls from my father, you know?
Yeah.
So you could sit here and you could say all of these things. And, you know, the God's honest truth is one of the biggest predictors for your earning potential, one of the biggest predictors for your likeliness to go to jail, one of your biggest predictors for basically like every bad thing that can happen to you is growing up in a single parent household. So like, I've never received a phone call from my dad. Funnily enough, I mean, nowadays, and listen, I know where he is, and I hold absolutely no hate. I hold no hate in my heart, and you know, I think it was probably for the best. He was a alcoholic abusive, but apparently very charming when he was sober. So I'm very proud of my mom for making the decision she made.
Yeah.
I think it was actually, I'm from a place in Russia called Dagestan. So I think it was probably more so my uncles, very protective, but I'm very happy that, you know, before I was born, you know, a few months before, she decided, okay, you know, enough is enough. And yeah, obviously everyone goes through their own things. I don't hold any hate in my heart, which I think I've noticed from you as well. Like, you don't hold any hate in your heart. You realize everyone's going through their own complications. Everyone's going through their own shit. And yeah, I would definitely implore anyone who's got any ill hatred towards their parents to just let it go, because I think as you start to grow up, you realize that sometimes your parents, you realize that you end up being their parent. And sometimes you also realize just in the same way you're a human, your parents are human. So anyways, all that to say that there's so many factors, you know, whether for me it's growing up without a father. Obviously, man, you've been through some crazy stuff. Like, and as I said, I want to unpack that the other day, just so you guys can understand that, like, it doesn't matter where you come from, any shape, form, fashion. And for me, it's also, I think it's important for you guys to understand, even once you become successful and, you know, once you get to a certain place financially, I think it's very important that you guys walk through life with grace and elegance and bettering yourself and breaking generational curses in your family, which I've done, which you've done. That doesn't just mean financially. That means that the way that you operate, the way that you treat your family, the way that you speak to your family, the way that you don't snap at your family in the same way that maybe your parents snapped at you. So, yeah, all that to say that I just think it doesn't matter where you start. I think it just matters where you end up.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Iman. And, you know, oftentimes we don't go there because there's a lot of mess when you bring that up. And you're like, there's a lot of feelings that can get intertwined with that. And sometimes people can get sidetracked by all of that. But it's good to know that it's in the heart, and it's good to know this is where it comes from. Every word that we speak, everything that we tell you has come from some sort of experience or challenge that we had that we learned to manage around or even grow from. And we can take the past, however difficult it may be, invest it into the present, and we can share with you some of the lessons we have so we can deter that from occurring again in the future, not just in our lives, not just in my children's lives now, but also in other people's lives, in your life. See, the thing is, and I wrote this down the other day, actually when I was flying out here, right? My mission is to help so many people in the world because my kids have to grow up in that world. So if I can make the society around the children that I'm raising, I have 3 children, then my children benefit. So the more of me I can put out there to help you, and the better your life can be, the better my children's life will be, because they have to live in the world after I'm gone, and I will have no longer influence on what that looks like. But if I can make a better environment for them, then that will help them just as much as me helping them directly. We do both. And in this business, you have to do both. One of the things that people get missed on, Iman, and I know this happens, is they see you doing it, and then they attribute a lot of it to you as a personality, and then they overemphasize, well, if I do the process like Iman, then I'll get a result with him, and that's part of it. But also when they surround themselves in the right environment inside of Monetize. I mean, how many coaches do you have in Monetize that are supporting the community right now?
Probably about a dozen.
A dozen. And I mean, you didn't just hire a dozen and they were all perfect right out of the get-go.
Yeah. Also, the thing you guys need to understand, these coaches have done collectively, cumulatively. Like, by the way, like this isn't like, oh, a coach that does whatever they do in their life, and then maybe once a week for 1 hour they pop in and they have no idea what's going on. Like, these people are full-time. They've been working at our company for years and years and years. You guys will see some of these people when you come in. You've got Andres. We were all at his wedding in South Africa in end of May, right at the end of May, early June. We've got Kyle. His wedding's coming up. We've got all these people that have been with us for years and years and years and years. You'll meet some of these people. I bring up the weddings because there's a lot of weddings recently inside of our team.
That. Yeah.
So anyways, it's definitely wedding season. But anyways, all that to say, our coaching team, we actually call it product team, because basically their entire job, just so you guys understand, is every single day they're looking at the product. How can we make this better? 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 And they're even bringing things up to me and I know what they're doing. They're planting seeds because they're thinking, how many 7-figure checks I've written this year, to buy things like consulting.com, to be able to license things like Ghostwriter. And as I said, there might be some more things that, whatever, Anyways, all that to say, they're always planting seeds. And I think sometimes they're like, kind of like insinuating things like, okay, maybe you can buy a little stake in that business in order to help our customers out, XYZ. So Our product team cumulatively have done over 10,000 one-on-one calls. Wow. Over 10,000, which is insane. And that's why they know people so intimately, and they know people so well, and they know our customers so well. And I think, I don't know if you guys saw, but I think I'm similar to you. Like, if it's about me, I'm like stone cold. Like, I have no emotion, but like, I don't know. I can just take so much shit and I'm just like, I don't care. Right. But when it's about my team and like the people that I love, and I love the people that I have the honor and privilege to work with and alongside every single day at the company, like I got a little emotional right at the end when I was talking about monetize, and I was talking about like, how my team literally gives, blood, sweat and tears in order to go above and beyond for our customers. You guys are going to experience that soon, and I'm looking forward to it.
I've worked with everybody, Iman, in my 18 years, all kinds of organizations, all kinds of companies. I will say this on the record. I know we cut this out of the recordings, right? But clip it and ship it, right? I have never worked with a team of people all over the board, from design to scripting to support to product development to coaching, that is finely tuned and as well done as your team. I haven't, and it blows my mind, because it's not like you have 30 years of experience with hiring, training, managing talent, and developing these outcomes.
I think the main reason why is because we actually, our philosophy, like, a lot of people, especially once you start getting to, quite a large company, which obviously ours, is that, you want another tea?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
These are the best, mint with honey. Anyways, all that to say, usually at our stage and our company size, you start going to this big competitor and that big competitor and start poaching. At least for, monetize, it's a little bit different when we're talking about some of our other businesses that we have stakes in or owners in, XYZ, whatever. But for this, for monetize specifically, we like to do everything grassroots. So all the people that you're seeing, like, they've come in from, we've had over 100,000 applications to work at monetize.
Wow.
And, actually, the parent company is called Educate. We got over 100,000 people have applied to work. So we've gone through all of these different candidates, and the power team that you see here today is just a culmination of all these people coming in, grassroots, understanding our culture. Just to give you a bit of understanding, I know some of you guys might be wondering, like, okay, why are you guys talking about this? It's like, it should concern you if I am your only point of support when you come in. No, understand, it's not me. It's the other 50 people that work at this business and work at this company, and as I said, give their absolute everything. The reason I'm talking about this, and the reason you understand the sense of company and the sense of culture that we have, as I said, because it's not just me. It's like my entire 50-person company that will be here supporting you. As much as I would love to, in 60 days from now, when we talk about that safety net, which, like, man, there was a lot of conversations last week, because that was something we added like last minute. I say last week, that was technically last week, like 3-4 days ago. There was a lot of conversations around that safety net, the perfect product insurance policy. In 60 days, as much as I would love to,
you won't be speaking to me. You're going to be speaking to some of my incredible team. And I said, this is a high performance team, and we go above and beyond.
Yeah, nobody can do it all by themselves, and it would be silly if you even attempted to. This is what you want to do, regardless of who you are. Is you want to surround yourself with the collective wisdom and resources available to get further in life than you ever could do just by yourself. There's nobody who can do it all on their own. And so what you want to do is you want to find a group of people that you can belong to. This is why, like, just YouTube by itself hasn't really changed the success rate of people starting a business. Because I've been in business before YouTube allowed you to publish videos online that were business related. Like, YouTube used to be a dating site, believe it or not, right? And then it became an entertainment site. And so I've seen it since its inception. And you would think a lot more people would be successful starting a business because they have access to all this knowledge now. And a lot of it is incredible and it's good. But what is missing is there's no community around it.
There's no home. You need a home.
Yeah, they watch YouTube like this, oftentimes like this, laying down in bed at night. That's lonely. Consuming information, even if it's powerful, lonely style is actually detrimental to your success because it will reinforce feelings of isolation. You will now know more cool things that you want to do that you can't do. That's actually what happens. It's very Pavlovian, if you will. However, you take that same information and you put it in an environment where there's support and there's mentoring and there's peers and there's challenges where people can pull forth in 90 days in a sprint formation. And I mean, we got extra stuff for members that we didn't even mention out loud here today. And every single person that I brought on and interviewed referenced a bonus, and I told them not to talk about these things because I want them to be surprises, right? And so we also have those things inside of there as well. And that, the totality of that, right? You know, you've heard me bitch about this a million times, Iman, where somebody will pick one little aspect of something that we create or that we do, and they'll find, it's like the old meme where there's like a 9 out of 10 supermodel and some like, you know, troll in a basement will circle one dimple and say left earlobe slightly off skew, 5 out of 10, right? Like somebody will pick apart a piece and then throw the whole out with it. None of this is done in isolation. All of this works together in concert. It's not an accident. It's not a bunch of things thrown together and pretending to be a program, right? All of these are designed to work together, from the community to the coaching to the software that exists. And I had a kind of an epiphany here too, Iman. I'm like, we believe in specialized AI. That's why we have 2 different versions. We didn't just have synthesized to do both things. Synthesize is a very expensive. You think it's expensive to you at Join Iman. You know nothing, my pretty young child, right? It's an expensive software to distribute. And then Ghostwriter is also an incredibly expensive software to distribute. And, you know, Iman could have said, I'm not going to pay the millions of dollars to be able to distribute both of these and just ship one, and that should be enough. But you consciously chose to specifically invest in 2 different software to provide it to this community right here. This is what we're talking about with a holistic solution. $8.9 million in results speaks to that as well. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and listen, on the bonuses side of things, once again, that's why I got very, very passionate. And that's why I was like even contemplating, well, do I put it in there? Do I not put it in there? But I just feel like there's people can say so many things. Like, it's all fine and well for me to come here and say, oh, no, we take care of our customers, blah, blah, all this stuff. Or it's like, okay, we can just show you just a couple of things. Because by the way, like, honestly, 80% of the stuff that our customers get, we don't even show, or we don't even put out there. But even with, consultant.com, the previous company, the previous owners made, it was between 60 to 80 million dollars from those products, because there's actually a $2,000 and we didn't actually mention this, by the way. Yeah. There's a $2,000 and there's a $6,000 program called Up Level that went all the way up to $10,000, I believe, by the end of it. The program that went up to almost $10,000 by the end of it, we gave that to all of our monetized pro customers. We gave that for free.
Damn.
Right? So like, I spent $1.7 million. I put the wire up there. I spent $1.7 million. And how much money did I return back from that? Zero. Yeah. Zilch. I have not sold a single thing from that. Even though I own all the intellectual property, I paid $1.7 million for that intellectual property. I own everything the company ever was. All of it. The whole thing. The whole shebang. I could have gone and been like, okay, well, sick. The last
owners made like about almost, I think it was between 70 to 80 million dollars.
Yeah.
Well, sick. I have it now. Let me go clean another 20 million bucks. Or let me go charge all my customers. Let me go charge all my customers that bought. By the way, just so you understand, we gave customers that bought back in 2018.
Yeah.
My first digital product, I gave them access. That's how much we take care of our customers. So, as I said, there's so many things that I would love to talk about, and I think there's a lot more that we'll probably need to discuss tomorrow. But anyways, all that to say, guys, do you want to keep it going? Because
I don't mind.
You want to keep it going?
Yeah.
I'll leave it up to you because I need to get back to tech team. So I will leave it up to you, Jason. Maybe if
I pulled the bonus already, just so you know, the fast action bonus. Yeah,
you've ended it, right?
Yeah, I pulled it like, I don't know, 30 or 20 or 40 minutes ago.
You did. You finished.
Like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That gives me Okay. So it's done.
It was done a while ago. It was done before you showed up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because that's the only thing I was gonna be like. Listen, I actually am gonna feel terrible because I still see.
It was hard for me, man. Like I go so in on that in the moment when it always catches me up later, right? But no, I pulled it this time. I did it myself.
All right. Well, in that case, listen. If anyone is having any issues, the one thing that we will do is if you are having issues, as I said, a member of my team should be reaching out. We have not the biggest team, but we have about 10 people right now on standby. Part of my team, everyone's just like, everyone's doing this, doing finance and doing support and blah, blah. So you will have someone from my team reach out on WhatsApp usually or SMS. And yeah, if they can see that you genuinely in good faith tried to purchase during that window, we'll try to honor that for you. By the way, if you want to know, okay, is it still available based on my previous purchase? Just ask them. And if they say yes, then amazing. You've got access to it. But I think tomorrow you guys will definitely want to be there because listen, all I will say is the 4-week fast track is incredible. In my humble opinion, tomorrow there might be something even bigger. That's all I'm going to say. So trust me, like tomorrow is, I can't say any further.
Can't say anything.
Anyways, all that to say, also the main session tomorrow, the main session live stream is incredible.
It's fire, yeah.
So excited to share that with you guys. All right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I'm going to answer the rest of the questions that I have on this computer right here, and then we'll call it a night. And yeah, we got an extra special goodie tomorrow. Just so you know, I live for this, right? 8,336. See, I generally deal in small numbers. I deal with big players, small amounts of big players that have large checkbooks and spend large amount of money. And that's who I typically work with. So I only get to work with a few hundred people at a time when I can speak to an audience. And I tell you, this is my favorite thing to do. Some people call this selling. And don't get me wrong, I am selling. Everybody's selling all the time, by the way. But also, I'm going to just throw that out the way. All good selling is coaching. And this is my superpower. This is what I feel like I've been destined to do. So this is allowing me to paint, and I'm Picasso in this twisted metaphor. King Source says, is the bonuses still here available? Yes, everyone except for the fast action bonus is still available. Since Iman brought it up, we do have a little extra special bonus tomorrow that we'll do similar. If you've already invested today, congratulations. You will get that bonus tomorrow for free. If you haven't, then we'll do it. We'll show you that tomorrow. Afif says, Jason, you are the man. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you are having trouble checking out, there are a variety of remedies that you may want to pursue, such as opening up a different browser, or such as trying a different card, or reaching out to support. Or if you fill out the form, support is going to try to proactively reach out to you, although, you know, there's so many people here. There's 8,000 people. Just go to joiniman.com, and there will be a way to contact support, I believe, on the page there, and we'll take care of you. How and where should we advertise our products? Mind asked this question. This is a fantastic question. Let me count the ways. So there are so many different ways that you can advertise a product. I will give you the easiest, best way for all of you to be able to utilize. Now, there are a variety of ways to do this. In tomorrow's session, we'll even deep dive into this further. First of all, I would not advertise. I wouldn't spend money initially, because until you know what you're doing, it's not a good idea to spend money on advertising. So instead, you should create content intelligently, the type of content that won't get 1 million visitors, but will get a few of the right visitors who will spend money. Typically, there's a difference between quantity and quality. He who gets quantity does not get quality. She who gets quality does not get quantity. And this is why I have some of the least viewed videos on YouTube and least listened to podcast episodes on the internet. It's just that the 200 people that listen to my stuff are all buyers and they all spend large amounts of money. And you can do similar based upon where you're starting, get an outsized return on a small but targeted type of audience that will be attracted to your digital product. Now, I don't expect you to create that content. In the old days, we'd have to sit down and train you and say, here's how you make articles, and here's how you create videos, and here's how you do these other things which will attract attention. And then we take the attention and we put it in front of the digital product. But Ghostwriter OS now develops all of that for you. Often, a lot of the guys that I interviewed here today, they use Ghostwriter to distribute that. There are other methods as well. I am a huge fan of finding businesses that already have audiences. Look at me. I practice what I preach, right? Iman brings the audience, and I partner with Iman, and then I make revenue based upon that partnership. I'm a huge fan of that. You can scale that down. You can start with your first digital product that you create. You can find somebody with an audience, and you can say, if we publish this product in front of your audience that already exists, and we use WAP to automatically split those payments. This is what's so excited about WAP. Nobody has to go and collect debts or, count the cookies, as I like to say, right? It happens automatically in WAP. You can tap into other people's audiences that already exist. Those are two of the many ways in which you can drive sales to your digital products. How can we make sure our digital product won't get copied or distributed with no consent? Muhammad, there are some things you can do to put a fence around your product so it doesn't have distribution, but this is often an issue that doesn't occur in reality. Because, I've sold hundreds of millions of dollars of products. And so this is a non-factor. This is something you shouldn't be worried about. Here's a silly example, right? Like in the fitness niche. I have a friend, like she's a female trainer, and she trains a whole bunch of women to start to lift weights. And she says the number one complaint she gets is women will come to her and be like, I don't want to get too bulky. And she's like, yeah, that won't happen. Because they think that they can lift the weights once and all of a sudden the muscles jump out. Or on the men's side, who are the weightlifters, are like, I don't want to do cardio. As if they start doing cardio, they'll lose all of the weight that all of the muscles that they've built, right? If you ever get into a situation where people will want to distribute and copy your products, that means you've made a lot of money. And then if you've made a lot of money, that means that there are things you can do to put a moat around them. But let's let tomorrow's problems be tomorrow's problems. At one point in time, I never have to worry about how to put my home into a trust. And I didn't have to coordinate with a financial advisor who also works with my attorney, who also connects with my accountant, right? These are all complicated things that happen to high net worth individuals. I never had to worry about that before, but now I'm glad that I do, because those are better things to worry about than how to pay the bills, right? So that's a good question, but it's not a question that's appropriate for today. Let's make you some money first, and then we can help you with some of those other things, most of which are non-issues. But thank you for bringing that question up. Ahmad says, how are we all going to be able to see these digital products while we are going to have the same strategy and guides from Iman's Monetize? Here's the thing, right? I cannot begin to describe in any sort of way the sheer number of digital products that you could publish that people would spend large amounts of money on, mass market style, okay? You cannot begin to fathom how near endless of an opportunity that this is. And let me just throw this out there. If you were a VIP, I'm going to give you a little VIP game if you weren't a VIP earlier. Iman showed our VIPs a product that was a Labubu guide. A Labubu, right? All my kids want Labubus. We got them the cheap knockoffs. We're like, would you like this instead? It looks kind of the same, but it's, I'm not overpaying for a damn Labubu. But there is somebody publishing a digital product right now on Labubu Guide, like the Labubu buying guide. Now, you could walk the earth for 120 years searching for digital product ideas, and there's probably a slim to 0% chance that you would ever think, oh, I know, I'll create a digital product on how to buy Labubus. Okay? My wife thinks they're ugly, by the way, and I agree with her 100%. Thank God. Listen, okay, you spend your money how you want to spend it, but the happiest thing in my life is when I can buy my wife, like, a Birkin bag. Okay, that's like, I don't do the fancy cars. I don't do the normal flash kind of stuff. I'm pretty chill. But man, when I can buy her like a Birkin, which is like impossible, again, it's similar to a Rolex, she gets very, very happy. Now, we live in Southern California, where everybody seems to be rich and successful and good looking and healthy and everything all at once. And there are certain women that will put the Labubus on their Birkin bags. And she's like, I will never do that. I'm like, thank God. Because I would not want that to do that. But who am I to decide what the market will or won't buy as a digital product? And if I don't create it, somebody else will create it. They'll probably create a worse version of it because they won't use the technology that you're aware of with Synthesize. But teaspoons in the ocean, my friend. Write that down. Teaspoons in the ocean. If I go to the Pacific Ocean that my kids surf in every Saturday when we take them to the surf camp and they go surfing, and I took a teaspoon to that ocean, I could never drain it. And if you and I tried together, we could not make a dent in that ocean. And if all of us on this call right now took our teaspoons into the ocean and tried to drain it, nothing would change, right? The overwhelming ability for consumers to buy digital products will far exceed its supply. You can never match the supply to the demand. The demand will always exceed it. And again, this is not a static, finite market. New problems will exist tomorrow that need new digital product solutions for. And the technology will pull those out for you, right? It is what I call a needle in the haystack that you can easily find. If you have a magnet, you can find the needle in the haystack. So Synthesize is your magnet. That's one of them. And then Ghostwriter OS is the one that magnetizes the audience to you. I'm good with these metaphors, aren't I? You can certainly, Denison, accommodate, monetize within your full-time job. We designed these programs so they don't require your full-time attention in order to operate. Armando was working construction when he started his business, and look at how successful he became. Almost every single person I believe that I brought in and interviewed here today had a full-time job or a full-time business, and they were successful. Here's something that you may want to consider. Okay? I'm just going to throw this out there. This might bite me in the ass. Okay? I find the people with the most amount of free time tend to have the least amount of success when they invest in themselves. I find typically the busier the individual, the more likely they are to meet with success. Because whatever time they have available to devote to a new endeavor like this, they value that time more because it's scarce. And because they value it more, since it's scarce, they get more out of it. Time is not the issue here, right? Leverage is the issue, okay? That's what you want. You want leverage. How do you get leverage? There's a couple ways to get leverage. One of them is with a tool, okay? So there are machines, the 6 simple machines, okay? I'm going to bring you back to school for a little bit. Professor Fladlin is in, and he's got a lesson for you. There are 6 simple machines that have been invented that humans have used before technology came and then made complex machinery. And one of these machines is you put a fulcrum, it's just like a triangle, and you put a board on it, and now you have a seesaw. This is called leverage. This is how a tiny little child on one end can take a full-grown adult on the other end and flip them up and flip them down. So one of the ways you use it is you use a tool, like a machine. A pulley is another machine that you can utilize. And so these are tools. These are leverage. So having access to the right tools gives you tremendous amount of leverage. Having a process that you can follow gives you tremendous amount of leverage. The process and the training is also inside of the program here. Having a coach gives you leverage by leveraging somebody else's experience and insight and perspective. And these are how we get results, is through leverage. Time is a lever, but it is not nearly as effective of a lever as any of the other ones that I just described for you. Because if you want to get 30 years of time in your hands, you work with a coach who has 30 years of experience. And now it's not about saving an hour a day or squeezing an hour or more at night. It's about taking just a massive leap forward for 30 years. And the technology, if you have it before the rest of the market has it, you take a giant leap forward. That's leverage. This is why your time personally that you put into something is one of the weakest forms of leverage that could ever exist. Ironically, right? This is why when I choose to use my time, I am very precise with it. This is why when I fly for 16 hours from LA to Dubai and I'm away from my wife, who is my favorite person in the entire world to be with, and then my 3 children and my dog, right? Like, all of them are up there too. It better be for a very specific reason. And it's because I can invest into you some of my knowledge and see it show up in the rest of the world. And of course, I get paid pretty fucking good too. But the money alone isn't enough to compel me to be here in front of you right now, here today. And if this is resonating, join Iman.com, smash that, go there. Armando, so we finally got the questions from Armando. I was sitting here waiting for them, and none of it showed up at that time. So now he's gone. But I'll answer on his behalf. Would you say you could still become successful without buying the $2,000 monetized program? Yeah. Let me just tell you all, cards on the table, right? You do not need to buy anything to be successful. You can do it all by yourself, or you can do it with substitutes that are quote unquote cheaper, okay? From an odds perspective, though, let's talk about probabilities. I'm a probabilistic guy at the end of the day, which I find very interesting because it's very different than how most quote unquote entrepreneurs operate. And this is one of the reasons I love working with Iman, by the way. Iman makes very shrewd decisions, and he's very smart with the risk that he takes on, and he tends to diminish risk completely when he makes decisions, and that is rare. And that's one of the reasons of the many that I love to work with him, and I love to work with his team. So we play the probabilities. And so if we don't have these resources, how will we get an advantage without them? Where's our leverage at, right? If we don't invest in anything, then where's our accountability? We have no accountability. But you do not need anything in order to be successful. You could do it all by yourself. It's just the lowest odd of probability of success. And I could tell you there's 100% guarantee that you will spend $2,000 on yourself to better yourself in some way or shape or form in the near future. It may be in chunks, or it may be all at once, and it may be in 2 months, or it may be in 6 months. So there's 100% guaranteed probability that you will spend $2,000 on yourself to try to better yourself. So that is a fact, okay? Again, we might not know the vehicle or how it shows up, but that is a fact. So that is 100% probability. And then there's it's not 100%, it's 99%. We could die any minute, okay? But let's just not get crazy here, okay? And there is a close to 0% chance that we will be successful without getting some sort of help. So we need to get the help. And generally speaking, the best help you have to pay for. You just do, okay? So it's just a matter of where we're going to put our money in order to get that leverage. But yeah, you could do it without that. I will tell you though, I think Armando, he would have bought something from somebody, and that would have changed his life. Now, he could have waited and found it later on, and he could have searched for it, but he said something profound. The kid is really smart. He's street smart, okay? And that's why you want to be around people that are book smart and street smart, so you can see both of their perspectives. He says he makes decisions quickly, okay? But he's not stupid with the decisions that he makes. So he decides to buy a McLaren. Now, far be it from him. If he was my son, my oldest daughter's 15, by the way. So she's only 4 years younger than him. If it was my daughter or my son and they started to make money, I'd be like, I don't know if we buy the McLaren or not. But when he ran it out, it made sense to me. Okay? He said, first I did this, then I did this, then I did this, then I did this, and then I got the McLaren. So he bought his dad a truck before he bought himself a McLaren, right? Then that makes total sense. It's your money. Once you earn it, you can do whatever you want with it. Far be it from me to decide what you want, what you should or shouldn't do with it. But nonetheless, he said, if this didn't work, I would still be working construction anyway. So think about that. And he had less than enough money to invest in the program, but it felt right to him. And he knew that if he worked it, he would be better off in some way, shape, or form. Let me just say that again so you get it, right? Even if that particular product didn't automatically get him to retire his dad like he wanted to and start to live life on ungovernable terms like it says on the shirt, right? He knew he would be at least a step forward, a major step forward. He might still be working construction, but now he would be more capable. And part of being more capable is putting yourself in a circumstance and situation where the capabilities are pulled out of you. And again, I know if you've listened to me at all, you heard me talk about this, right? Man, now all the Armando questions came in. I don't know if the delay killed us or if it was hard to sort through it. Yeah. You know, it won't be the same for me to answer it, but I'll speak on his behalf, and then he could correct the record later if he wanted to. She says, somebody in a position as an immigrant to buy it, monetize, and give it a shot. I think you know, right? I think you know. I think you know that if Armando was in front of you right now, he would say yes, because he came from an immigrant background. In Brentwood, where I live, everybody's an immigrant. I have never met more Persians in my life than when I moved to Brentwood, and all of them came and they built it and they earned it. And the variety of people that we've seen who made it all came from some sort of circumstance that forced them to be more. And it's incredible. It's incredible what you can accomplish. I got a password for you. God, I love this team, right? I would have totally spaced on this. We have the workbook password. Let me see what it is. I believe it is WAVE with all caps. If I am wrong, let me know in my document, because I have the question document open here. So somebody from the team put me in and says, give the password to the workbook. WAVE, W-A-V-E, all caps locks. Put it in there and then confirm for me that works. And I appreciate you hanging in there with me. You got to cut me some slack. That was not a tactic. I would certainly not force you to stay here for that. We just have so much going on, so I do appreciate that. Karen says, give me 1 week to arrange the money. Cart should be open by then, I believe. JoinIman.com. Just keep that page open, and when you're ready, you can sign up. Can we still make successful digital products with other tools and resources if we don't have enough money to get into monetize? 100%. Topic. Is it no? Topic was the VIP code. Some people are saying it's topic. Some people are saying it's not topic. I believe it is WAVE, all caps locks. But if it's not, somebody can put it in my document that's in front of me here. Listen, you can create digital products with other tools. I don't know, and I can't speak to the quality of those digital products that are created with other tools. I haven't used any other tools. I haven't validated any other tools that create digital products with AI. And trust me, I get 1 million people, that's an exaggeration, but almost not, who want me to sell their AI stuff. I do work with companies that sell AI stuff. So I have different companies on the cutting edge of AI that I advise or that I play some strategic role in, because AI is freaking awesome. It is incredible and amazing at what it can do. But the only person that I recommend, who I have verified and validated as having the best digital product tool for AI, is right there, joiniman.com. I know other people out there says, oh, I got these prompts and these will create a digital product. That scared me. Okay, it is topic. All caps, topic, all caps. Thank you, Max. He's the guy that makes the whole thing run, by the way. Shout out to Max. Topic, TOPIC, in caps. And appreciate all of you in the chat that validated that, right? I've seen people say, hey, listen, you can use these prompts and then you could create a digital product. And I go, I wouldn't sell that. It's not that good. Creating a digital product is not the goal. Creating a valuable digital product that people would feel happy buying from you. Not just buying it from you, but feeling like they got the better end of the deal. That is the goal. And I have not, they might exist. I don't know if they do or not. I have not seen any programs out there that are specifically trained with software that could create the digital product like Synthesize can. I have seen other programs out there that promise something similar, and they're all more expensive than this, by the way. And I've seen all the free stuff out there, and I've tried some of the free stuff. Because listen, I don't know if you know this about little Jason Fladlin. In my personal career, I have created over 150 digital products. I used to create a digital product every other week for almost an entire year. I created 20 digital products in a single year. And AI did not exist back then. Google Docs did not exist back then. Okay, I used a thing called Open Office, a little Word document tool that was open source called Open Office. I think they rebranded that later to Libre or something silly like that. And then Google Docs came and were like, damn, this is actually easy. You know, it used to be incredibly hard to find a way to save a file as a PDF. You used to have to pay for software. That's why Open Office was so good, because it was the first time you could save to PDF without having to pay Adobe. It was insane, right? So they may exist out there. If they exist, they're probably not as good. If they exist, they're probably more expensive. If they exist and they're of equal, you still have to spend the time, effort, and energy to find them. And because they're probably not in a launch right now, let me let you a little secret here. Come behind the fourth wall that I'm about to break. Come onto my side of the counter. I'm going to break down some of the secrets of the business, right? When you launch products, you make the best deals. You stack the most value and you stack the most bonuses on the product side when we do these product launches, and you make the best deals possible. And you want to know why? Because you put the most resources into a very finite period of time. Like you put people and you put money and you put effort in for a short window of time, because you want to help and reach and impact and empower as many people as you humanly possibly can. So you don't get these deals every day. This is not an everyday deal from us, and from anybody else. This wouldn't be an everyday deal. So I'm all for you being able to get the result you want with the least amount of inputs possible. And inputs are your effort, are your time, and your money. Okay, I will tell you, this is criminally underpriced for what it does. Your checking account might not agree with it, but that doesn't change the fact, right? Your personal financial situation might not align with it, but if we lay it out on a table and we calculate the value of it, there is not a better deal. There is not one. I don't, objectively speaking, subjectively to you, if it's out of your price range, it might as well be $1 billion. Because if you can't afford it, you can't afford it, right? But if it is within your means for your money, you are not going to get a better deal. You just won't. That's why I'm here. I take what I find are the best deals out there, and I get so excited to connect it to the right people that exist. And I don't know. Anyway, was that helpful? I mean, this is thinking strategies. Now, I'm pointing them at helping you invest in this if it makes sense, but in general, this is a good usage of how you look at a problem and decide how to move forward with it. Amina says, how do you deal with the self-doubt or fear when you're starting out with digital products and have no results? Okay. I deal with it by making it so small that I can't fail. So I created my first product in 2007. I sold it for $4. It was 6 pages long, and I only sold it to people who were likely to be happy with it, even if it barely helped them. That's how you do it. That's one way of doing it. There are more than one ways to do this, right? But my favorite way is to make what you do so inconsequential that only you can succeed with it. So it's hard. I doubted myself. I was like, nobody's going to buy from me if I charge normal prices. So I undercharged, which is not sustainable, by the way. But at least it helped me get some confidence and some self-doubt. And then I played in an environment where if people got any help, they were grateful for it. So write this down. This is a good lesson for you right now. Help people right now that if anybody helped them, they would be so grateful just for the attention. Then you can't screw that up. You got to go to the people that everybody else are ignoring, that everybody else is letting suffer. And they will be grateful just for the mere attempt for you to serve them. So you can't screw that up, okay? Now, in the past, you would have to do a little creative exercise, and I could teach you 5 ways manually that you could try to find those audiences, and you might find them still, and you might not, because it's not a certain thing, and there's fuzziness in everything that we do when we're making human decisions. But now AI can uncover those things for you, those unique value zones that we talked about earlier today. So they can point the path to you in order to uncover those things. But there's also other strategies as well. As I got more capable, my vision and my goals expanded. And I would, again, confront myself with this uncomfortable feeling of fear. And here's the biggest hack that I discovered for me personally. Try this on and see how it fits for you. I never tried to get rid of fear. I never tried to suppress fear. I just accepted that I would feel fear and I would do it at the same time. And that it was okay to be afraid and still move forward. And that it was perfectly acceptable to have fear accompany me on my journey. But I did not allow fear to stop me from moving forward. And I didn't need to feel confident before I moved forward. I gave myself permission to feel afraid and to lack confidence and still attempt to serve somebody else. And you know what's funny? You know how you get confidence? People say, well, you get confidence from results. That's impossible. I don't know if you realize that, right? If it takes confidence, if confidence comes from results, then how do you get the results? Wouldn't you need confidence to get the results? Do you see the problem here, right? Confidence, it has nothing to do with the results. It has nothing to do with the capabilities that you currently have. Confidence is a state of being. And confidence is optional for success, especially initially. But if confidence is a value and you feel that you need to have it, then let's just tap into areas where you've already been confident. What were times in your life that you were confident in? So now we can see that you have the ability to express confidence. How can we bring those parts into the current situation that you face? My favorite example of when clients come to me and say, Jason, I lack confidence completely. And I look them dead in the eye and I say, how confident are you in the statement that you have no confidence? And they're like, what do you mean? So like you're either confident in your assessment, which shows me that you can demonstrate confidence. So let's just point it at the right thing, right? Or if you say, well, I'm not confident in my ability to lack confidence, then that also means you are confident. This means that no matter what, if you understood it completely and objectively, you have within you enough confidence to succeed. And that's if confidence was a prerequisite to success, which it isn't. Okay? Service, if I could suggest anything for more leverage to help you be successful, is this. It's service. Here's a common theme with people that struggle, and I share this to you with all the love in the world, and I say this to you because I know this will be helpful to you if you can open your ears and heart enough to hear it. If you focus on your problems, and only your problems, then they will expand. And you will have no room to help anybody else because you're too focused on your own problems, right? But if you focus on other people's problems to the expense that you can no longer have enough room in your cup for your own problems, then your own problems become inconsequential. So instead of saying, how can I do this if I lack confidence, you say, who is hurting that needs help? Shift the focus of pain from yourself to somebody else. Shift the focus from lack of you to lack of somebody else. Because every time I see a client struggling, and I'm a pattern finder, I study and I look for the patterns. Because if I can see the patterns, I can build models to replicate the patterns. And if I can replicate the patterns, then I can replicate the results that I want, right? And every single person who comes to me and struggles has the same pattern. They are too focused on their own issues, and they can't see other people's issues. So they'll say, I don't know what digital product to sell. And we shift that to who needs a solution right now that isn't getting one. And when you focus on somebody else, then all of those friction points just melt away. Okay? And you don't have to do it completely. You just have to do enough of it in order for you to move forward in a new way. How does that sound to you? I think that's a good way to wrap tonight. It is 1:13 a.m. I showed up today at 1 p.m. It has been 12 hours straight of doing things to prepare, to be here, and to serve you here today. We have 6,000 people almost, 5,992. If it makes sense, if it feels right, if it resonates with you, we'd love to have you today. JoinIman.com. Let's get started. Regardless, whether you invest or not, we will be here tomorrow. Let's finish up the challenge strong together. Let's see where it takes us. We got an incredible action-packed day tomorrow. We got a little extra special something too that we'll also reveal to you as well. I'll see you there. I'm so grateful to be here with you today. I can't wait to see where we go tomorrow. Talk soon. Bye for now.